Chapter 12:35 The Five Demons. The war god spirit looked at the person who suddenly appeared and blocked his attack. Red skin? Was the first thing he noticed about the newcomer, followed by how odd the person's life energy was. It was as vibrant as some of the best body refiners, but this evil and twisted sensation was on top. "Brother," said the puppet demon, "I'm glad you're here. I couldn't possibly let you die in vain, could I?" "The flesh demon," Xuan said. "There were rumors you two were related. It seems that it's true." "You've crossed the line," said the flesh demon, his black clothes perfectly fitting his well-toned muscles. He was a handsome middle-aged man despite his odd red skin, but there was this evil aura around him that instantly made people weary of him. "Crossed the line?" said the man who enjoys taking others' body parts to strengthen his flesh. Xuan sneered. "Didn't you once boldly proclaim you would turn my husband into one of your flesh collections? Well, this is your opportunity." The flesh demon quietly stared at her. "The master never truly trusted you or the Ruthless king, believing that your background meant that you were not one of us. Your actions have proven him correct. No need to use him to scare us. Since we made this move, it means we're ready to confront him." The flesh demon frowned, wondering where the barbarian king's confidence originated from. Even if he gained some success in his cultivation, it was not wise to attack the other factions and antagonize the entire lawless zone. "Remember, you're the one who chose this path," the flesh demon declared before looking at his sworn brother. "Can you still fight?" "I can, but with only one arm, my strength will drastically reduce." The flesh demon pondered briefly, and in the next moment, he pushed out his humerus bone and handed it over. "Will that work?" "Of course." The puppet demon put the bone in his left socket, and instantly, it turned into a new puppet arm. He moved it around, nodding in satisfaction. "It'll support you from the back so you can go on the offensive." The flesh demon ripped out his spine before turning it into a bow. Then he expelled a muscle from his thigh to use as the bowstring. He pulled the thing, and the resentments in his body from years of experimenting on people's flesh condensed into an arrow. He pointed the arrow toward the war god spirit and fired without hesitation. The spirit casually turned his head to avoid the arrow, but the thing turned around without losing its momentum and speed and rushed toward him. No, the arrow became even faster. The spirit waved his axe to destroy it but frowned in the process. The war god spirit immediately noticed a black spot on his hand. A curse? Moreover, it's a potent one based on resentment. A golden light descended from the sky, curing him of this curse. However, this was just the beginning. The flesh demon started to fire thousands of arrows, all moving at unreasonable speed and containing a terrifying curse that resents all life. The war god spirit could only evade while complaining about how weak his vessel was. Meanwhile, the other people Xuan bought had to confront these arrows. With her help, they barely survived these powerful arrows. However, they were not useless, leaving the puppet demon ample time and opportunity to move on this battlefield as he saw fit. He activated his core and teleported a few meters away from her. The puppet demon looked at her with derision and hatred. "You'll make an excellent piece in my collection, while your husband's body is the best material to upgrade my brother's body." "It seems I must do this the hard way," Xuan stated, and her staff released myriad color lights that entered her body. The puppet demon's face changed, and he rushed over for the kill, but she casually swung her staff to counter his sword. The puppet demon planned to go for a flurry of attacks. He even activated his speed rune to ensure he overwhelmed his opponent. However, he had to pause as he realized his sword had decayed after coming into contact with that staff. Xuan took this opportunity to go on the offensive. She rushed toward him to punch him into oblivion. However, the demon was fast, so he moved backward. Xuan moved her staff counterclockwise to release a potent pulling force that drew the demon to her before punching him through his chest and holding his heart. That idiot really left his core in the same place as his heart, she thought before putting a seal on the core, shutting down this puppet body. The puppet demon was decisive and immediately abandoned this body after realizing her intention. His soul flew out, trying to get away. Although this body was his greatest work, it did not matter. He could build another one as long as he was alive and free. Dulgun predicted his movement and acted. Her staff released a blue light that forced the puppet demon's soul back to the puppet. Simultaneously, she detected 5 terrifying arrows rushing toward her back. She gritted her teeth and held on. Boom! The moment she forced the soul back into the puppet, the arrows hit. Her defense broke apart and she was hit. Black blood oozed from Dulgun's mouth, but she sighed in relief. She was in the infant fiend god realm, and she blessed her flesh, which allowed her to survive that attack. She gazed fiercely at that damn demon. What a stupid idiot, thought the flesh demon. It seems like I must run away. In that case, I need a distraction and cannon fodder. Blood suddenly spread from the pores in his skin, and each drop turned into these enormous red spiders. These flesh puppets should do the work, he thought. However, as soon as he had this thought, his sense of danger suddenly went haywire. The flesh demon trusted his instinct since he acquired it after grafting a genius brain into his body, which was born with a sixth sense ability. He looked in the distance, and his face paled. He immediately ordered his puppets to attack while also using his bow to the limit. Sadly, the other people risked their lives to stop him. During this time, Dulgun had raised her staff to the sky and muttered, "The spirit of light, justice, and all that is pure, I wish to cleanse this world of an ultimate filth, so please give me your blessing." A golden light descended from the sky to envelop Dulgun. She then waved her staff, spreading the light to every corner of the battlefield. The flesh demon tried to run away, but it was useless. The light was fast, and it forcefully purified the resentment in his body. "No," he roared. His flesh grafting art requires resentment to keep his body intact. It's one of the keys to why he has a body on par with indestructible emperors without having to experience the pain and struggle of body refining. The flesh demon's body turned into a red goo similar to slime before turning into a vaguely humanoid shape. The process repeated a few times as he tried to prevent his collapse. Dulgun watched all of this with a frown, and after pondering briefly, she provided him with some resentment to prevent him from completely collapsing. She sealed him before putting him away. The flesh demon was supposed to be husband's target, but his presence saves us a lot of time, Dulgun thought. She sent a message to her husband before taking a moment to heal herself and her companions before heading to her next target, the ghost demoness. This person's way of fighting is similar to the puppet demon as she relies on her vast army of ghosts. As such, she was the perfect counter to this kind of enemy. Poison demoness garden, repeat what you just said, the demoness demanded, still baffled by what she heard. You heard me, said Monk. I knew all of you men were the same. Think about all the poison you can make from my blood, Monk persuaded. The answer is still no, the poison demoness replied with a sneer. That's a shame, Monk sighed. It seems he will have to find another poison wife. Anyway, you should see the new boss. He pointed his finger before him to open a portal, and with a wave of his hand, he sent the demoness and her garden into it. All right, cursed demon, here I come, Monk uttered before disappearing. The battle with the cursed demon will be like the poison demon. However, he looked forward to fighting the flesh demon since he heard he was an accomplished body refiner. Dark Cloud Pavilion. Wang Wei calmly looked at the woman before him while processing the information Monk sent him. A Paragon tier poison that has disappeared? That indeed might be valuable news. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1236 Green Earth Pavilion. Wang Wei pointed his finger to the woman's forehead, instantly souring her expression. As the seal entered her sea of consciousness and targeted her soul, a terrifying soul poison rushed from the poison demoness mind, targeting him. Although it appeared she had given, that was far from the truth. Someone of her cultivation level and status would never give up hope of freedom until she exhausted every possible measure. As such, when Monk did not kill or immediately control her, the demoness planned her escape. Sadly for her, she jumped from one monster's mouth to another. Ultimately, she sighed, resigning herself to her fate. What can you tell me about the deathroot poison? Wang Wei asked. What is there to say? I spent so much time and effort cultivating the thing, but someone stole it. Who stole it? It was an apprentice. No, not even an apprentice, but a medicine slave I bought, the poison demoness replied nonchalantly. Wang Wei frowned. His intuition told him this news was important, but he could not pinpoint how. His eyes turned gray as he divined some information, but a vaguely familiar fog blocked his true sight. He tried other divinations and discovered a clue. Where did you get the poison? Wang Wei asked. A fortunate encounter. In this place or outside? Of course, this place. I haven't had anything to do with the outside world for a while. Wang Wei frowned, wondering whether the Lawless zone could give birth to a fortunate encounter of such a level. Although rare, it should be possible if someone who came to hide in this place brought the poison and died, thus leaving it as a fortunate encounter. You said you bought the medicine slave? From who? He asked. The Green Earth Pavilion, the demoness replied. Them? They sell people? One of the biggest sources of wealth from the Green Earth and Azure Sky Pavilion is selling slaves, the poison demoness calmly explained. They even used the 4 gangs to help, especially the Crazy Thief Gang. That would explain the source of all the ordinary women and men in Monk's Battle Coliseum, Wang Wei thought. Did you make a fuss to the Green Earth Pavilion after the medicine slave escaped with your property? I did, the demoness replied. But they only offered twice the price I bought her for, which was nothing compared to the poison's value. It seems you might be immediately useful, Wang Wei muttered. He instructed her of something before turning into one of the demoness strings of her. Green Earth Pavilion. The poison demoness calmly waited in the room where the pavilion received VIPs of VIPs. She had made trouble asking to meet their pavilion master, and after she refused to be handled by their main manager, these people had no choice but to contact their leader. A few minutes later, the Earth Pavilion master entered the room, followed by 2 guards. He was a fat middle-aged man, wearing a luxurious white gold robe with jades and gold jewelry pieces as accessories. He was a great emperor with a cultivation of 59%, and his aura reeked of debauchery/hedonism. It was apparent to anyone that this man had his cultivation achievements because of his wealth, and if not for his immortality, his body would be weak due to indulgence in food, alcohol, drugs, and sex. However, some credit should be granted to him since he could still use his power, meaning his Tao heart was intact, and his state of mind, no matter how twisted, had some sense of purpose and direction. A look of disdain flashed in the poison demoness eyes. However, she still gave the Earth Pavilion some respect, mainly because of the twin bodyguards accompanying him. Meanwhile, the Earth Pavilion controlled himself and did not gaze at her with any lustful thoughts or intent. On the contrary, he showed her the most respect despite detecting the disdain in her eyes. Poison Master, what happened to you to make such a fuss? The Earth Pavilion Master asked with a businesslike smile. The demoness was about to open her mouth and make a fuss about her poison, even demanding them to search for her medicine slave on the outside. However, Wang Wei did not give her, or anyone else, the time to react. A group of strings suddenly appeared out of nowhere to capture the Pavilion Master. The twins reacted and tried to protect him, but everything was sudden and fast. They did not react in time. As precautions to personally meeting the poison demoness, the Pavilion Master prepared numerous pills and talismans, mostly ways to deal with her poison. However, he also prepared if he needed to run away, so his talisman tried to take him away from the situation. Sadly for him, these strings contained the power of fate, thus blocking all possibilities of escape that he could think of. Wang Wei then appeared in the room with the Pavilion Master as his captive. How did you bypass our defenses? The fat businessman asked. It's not as hard as you imagine, Wang Wei replied casually. Put down the Pavilion Master, said one of the Fire-Eyes twin Empyreans. And you may still walk out of this room alive, finished the other. Wang Wei focused on them. False everlasting Empyreans? And 2 of them? These 2 used to be eternal emperors but failed to become everlasting. However, they had a Tao will and secret vaults. Kill this bastard, said the Earth Pavilion Master. The twins hesitated. They could cultivate peacefully because the Pavilion Master was an excellent business. If they lost him, the Green Earth Pavilion would not last long despite being the most powerful martial force. Don't hesitate, the fat man continued. If you kill him swiftly enough, it won't matter whether he kills me since you can revive me. The Pavilion Master was an emperor, so he had prepared plenty of resources for his fast revival. You're really the embodiment of not judging a book by its cover, Wang Wei commented, silently praising this man for his boldness and quick thinking. Maybe having such a capable merchant under his command was not bad. The twins glanced at each other before taking action. Their cultivation was 84% Grand Dao source, but they used their boosting techniques. The first one was from their Empyrean artifact, which was a pair of red and blue throwing discs. The artifact gave them another 2% boost. They followed that with a soul resonating technique, and since they were twins that did everything together since birth, including proving the Dao simultaneously, they had another 2% boost. Finally, they used their best skill, Dao Will Fusion, which boosted them to the limit of the Empyrean realm, 99%. One twin released a terrifying heat, and the other turned the other half of the room into an ice tundra. They did not throw their artifact but held it in their hands before rushing for a close combat attack. That Dao Will Fusion technique is actually brilliant, even better than the one monk used when he added his muscle will, Wang Wei calmly commented. He pointed at the twins to release a yin-yang symbol that rotated counterclockwise. Before the twins could react, their Dao Will separated, and their soul resonance also dissipated. Even their artifacts, which were usually perfectly in sync, seemed out of balance. Then, before they could think of another solution to this situation, the yin-yang symbol turned into a seal that captured them. It's over, the Earth Pavilion Master thought. After so many years, after countless battles and catastrophes, his life has ended today. He felt sad, but a part of him always knew this day would come. Factions in this place do not usually last long and have a cyclical nature, and sadly, it seems it was time for a new era. After taking control of the upper echelon of the Green Earth Pavilion, it was relatively easy for Wang Wei to secretly take over the rest. He did not spend long in this place before heading to the Azure Sky Pavilion. Time was of the essence since he needed to control all these factions before the Hidden Master took note of the changes. Although he was confident in himself, he was unsure whether he could be victorious against the latter under these circumstances. Wang Wei took a moment to see if he could find any more information about the medicine slave that stole the death root. However, the pavilion's record only stated that it was a woman, and she was a loose cultivator with no family or background, hence why she was targeted. Without much to go on and divination failing him, Wang Wei headed for the Azure Sky Pavilion. His plan for them was slightly different. He detected one of the spies they had in the Green Earth Pavilion and released the news that he was a newcomer to the Lawless zone, and he came to sell a piece of important news that involved the Azure Sky Pavilion. The information was about the secret routes they used to acquire resources from the outside. This news was, in fact, true, as Wang Wei had acquired it from the merchant that his Fate Shadow Guard accidentally saved. After setting the bait, Wang Wei waited. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12:37 Lawless Iron. Damn these stupid people. I'm trying to sell them such valuable information, but they act as if I'm mad, Wang Wei cursed as he walked out of the Green Earth Pavilion. He looked around, sighing to himself. He searched around the city to buy a place to stay but felt everything was too pricey. At first, he thought of just living inside his Grand Mist Wheel but thought this was too embarrassing. So, he gritted his teeth and found an inn. Despite being an inn, the room he rented was extremely large due to the use of space arrays. Wang Wei rested while thinking of his next move. As he sat cross-legged on his cushion, deep in meditation, a purple mist enveloped his room. "Who dares?" he yelled. However, his actions only made it easier for the mist to enter his body. As such, his desperate attempts to deal with this potent poison proved useless, and he fell to the ground as everything turned black. "Where am I?" Wang Wei asked. He looked around, And he was in this damp room with his hands tied like he was on a cross and about to be executed. He noticed a potent sealing technique severely suppressed his cultivation, and the cuffs were also a sealing artifact that added another layer of seal. "You're awake," said a rough but serious voice. Wang Wei's eyes moved away from the torture devices in the room to a serious-looking man dressed in black and a scar over his left eye. Wang Wei knew this man for a variety of reasons. Firstly, he was part of the information he bought. Secondly, he had never passed out, so he saw every part of being transported to this dungeon. Wang Wei frowned. The spirit particle he previously separated did not detect the Sky Pavilion Master anywhere near this place. Since he's not here, I must draw him out. Bang! To the warden's horror, Wang Wei ripped the cuffs in his hand as if his sealing was useless, and before he could react, Wang Wei was holding him by the neck. "Have a nice little nap," Wang Wei uttered before dropping this expert torturer to the ground. Then, he started turning this place upside down, beating anyone who was in his way and freeing all the other prisoners. As expected, it did not take long for the person he was waiting for to appear. A man dressed in a luxurious, long, dark green robe with pointy shoulder pads and one eye closed walked into this prison. He had a calm demeanor, almost snake-like. He looked at the destruction around him and his men on the floor. "How useless are you people?" the Sky Pavilion Master uttered before glancing at Wang Wei. "Something is fishy about you." The information he received was that a loose cultivator was selling information about their secret route, but why would such a powerful loose cultivator lack resources? "I can say the same about you," Wang Wei rebutted, and he was telling the truth. He was on guard against the Azure Sky Pavilion for one reason: they were the oldest faction of the Lawless Zone. They survived the parasites' attempt to clean up this place and remained a top faction after the political power was redistributed. Such longevity meant they had a deeper foundation. A profound foundation meant unknown and unexpected trump cards. The information said he was an insurgent Dao ruler who fused his inner world with an Empyrean artifact that was perfectly suited for his Dao. However, they were wrong, Wang Wei thought. He fused with a broken Paragon artifact. Such a potent detection technique, the Sky Pavilion Master uttered after detecting that Wang Wei saw through his inner world. "Now, I'm more curious about your true identity." The Azure Sky Pavilion was a family business that had existed in the Lawless Zone for countless years, and all family members had excellent business skills. The Pavilion Master's business senses told him capturing this person would be an excellent opportunity. He activated his Earth Dao to surround his arms with rocks before also activating his Dao Will artifact. Strength of Earth, he rushed to his opponent to devastate them. After being empowered by the concept of the Earth itself, the Pavilion Master could fight directly with some of the best body refiners. Sadly for him, Wang Wei had labeled him as a threat and went all out. Wang Wei blocked the attack with his arm and secretly frowned. As expected, this man was not simple. This punch looked like a straightforward attack, but the bastard was secretly using his Paragon artifact to influence his mind/soul. Although the artifact was restricted in power level by the environment, its essence was still of a higher quality. The Pavilion Master used the higher essence to influence his opponent's mind and soul. In other words, people without a Paragon soul or strong will are easily influenced by him. Unfortunately, he met the wrong opponent. As soon as the two were closed, Wang Wei used his Fate Shackle innate talent to basically rewrite this man's past and made it as if the Paragon artifact did not perfectly suit him/his Dao. And since the Sky Pavilion Master's insurgency originated from that artifact, his strength drastically decreased. Wang Wei then immediately went for his throat in an attempt to catch him as swiftly as possible. However, his attempt failed. When his arm was less than 10 centimeters from his opponent, his own strength suddenly decreased. His cultivation realm was suppressed to the Emperor realm, and even his body refining realm dropped down to the Dragon Phoenix realm. The Pavilion Master used this opportunity to escape. "What in the nine hells?" Wang Wei commented. His power had returned, but he was slightly baffled. "I can't believe you forced me to use it in less than 10 seconds of fighting," the Pavilion Master sighed. His aura returned to its normal state as this ruthless man sacrificed all the lives inside his inner world to remove the shackle on his fate and regain his connection to the artifact. This kind of sacrifice was permanent, meaning he could not recreate these lives again, showing his ruthlessness and decisiveness. He then opened his closed eyes, revealing an all-black pupil. The environment suddenly changed. Wang Wei's strength once again returned to the Emperor realm, and even the Sky Pavilion Master's aura had a drop in strength to the early stage of the Empyrean realm. Lawless iron, Wang Wei commented. Any unique environment will evolve unique material. That's one of the fundamental laws of heaven and earth. This law also applied to the Lawless zone, and the unique material this place created was the Lawless iron, which was an ore with the same effect as the cultivation suppression of this place. I thought the parasites destroyed all the Lawless iron mines in this place, Wang Wei asked. Lawless iron mines are rare and would appear in small quantities. However, when the parasites cleaned up this place, one of their main targets was the mines. No, that's not important, Wang Wei continued. The truly impressive thing is the fact that you found a weapon master that can refine Lawless iron into such a small, powerful, and detailed artifact. Lawless iron is valuable even in the outside world because of its main use in creating prisons to hold powerful creatures or entities. However, it's not as valuable as or to create weapons or artifacts because of how difficult it is to retain its power of suppression after being processed or when fused with other metals. One of the Lawless iron's natural characteristics is that it works better when there are large quantities of it. That's why Wang Wei found it incredible that he had an eye artifact with this effect. You're very knowledgeable and astute, but you talk too much for a prisoner, the Sky Pavilion Master stated as he once again encased his arms into a rock armor before going on the offense. I had no choice but to, Wang Wei replied with a smirk. Then, to the rock man's horror, they clashed with both of them intact, meaning their strength was on par. How is that possible? Wang Wei smirked. He was not conversing mid-fight with an opponent for no reason. In this short time, he got a basic enough understanding of the composition and effect of Lawless iron to use his Freedom Dao to become free of its effect. He did not return to his peak, but he regained his Empyrean level strength and his limit indestructibility, which was enough for him to deal with the situation. Damn you! The battle waged for a while, but ultimately, Wang Wei was the winner. In the same cultivation realm/strength, it's a sure thing to bet on Wang Wei. As the Sky Pavilion lay on the ground, he held the Lawless iron eye in his palm. Truly masterful work, he praised. I have plenty of resources but not enough professional talent to put them to use. Now, it seems I'm about to recruit a master weapon refiner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1238 A talented ally Wang Wei followed the Sky Pavilion Master to a sun in a cosmic star area of the Lawless Zone. At the center of the sun was what Wang Wei would describe as a smithing house that used the sun to create samadhi flames for weapon refining. Wang Wei walked into a room with a muscular elderly man in a simple black robe, a long white beard twisted in a braid, and using a hammer on the mold of a sword. The sight was odd because the elderly man had the aura of an everlasting Empyrean, but his way of refining weapons resembled a blacksmith instead of a cultivator. The blacksmith did not pay attention to their presence and continued hammering. Once he finished, he used his fingers to draw a simple rune on the air that fused with the sword, releasing a golden light indicating its complexion. The blacksmith looked at the sword briefly and shook his head in disappointment. He threw it to the small weapon pile next to him before finally focusing on the people present. Pavilion Master? Are you here for another unreasonable request? I told you there is a limit to even my skills. No, that's not why I'm here, the Sky Pavilion Master swiftly said. This is Empyrean Wang and he is, well, the new leader of the pavilion. I brought him to make your acquaintance. The blacksmith was not stupid and understood the situation, so he gazed at Wang Wei. His eyes were weird. It was as if he was appraising a weapon. Wang Wei was slightly surprised by this man's detection technique, so he did not resist much. With such a unique soul and subdao of refining, It's a shame you're a combatant, the blacksmith uttered. Thank you for the compliment, Wang Wei replied. But how do I address you? You can call me the Flame Blacksmith, and as long as you accept the same terms I had with the Pavilion Master, I don't care who the new leader is. Wang Wei already learned the relationship between those two was not of servitude but more of an equal partnership. I have no problem with keeping the previous agreement, but my goal is not to be caged in this small place. I have goals and ambitions I must accomplish in the outside world. So, can you leave this place and be more active? The Flame Blacksmith looked at him briefly. Then, his eyes suddenly turned fiery red. So, that's how it is, that time has already arrived. He looked at the Pavilion Master. Give us a moment to talk. The latter looked at Wang Wei, who nodded to him. Do you know my identity? The Flame Blacksmith asked. I do not. I'm the direct disciple of Paragon Blood Rune. Paragon Blood Rune? One of the two primals of the Skill Dao Association? That's right. From what I know, he only had 2 direct disciples, and they were all paragons, Wang Wei stated. My master left his inheritance scattered all over the world to find disciples, and I only passed the test after he died, Black Flame explained. He's met his teacher a handful of times from Limbo, but despite such an odd situation, he was acknowledged as the 3rd direct disciple and received Paragon Blood Rune's teaching. That explains it, Wang Wei nodded. But why are you telling me such sensitive information? For many reasons, but primarily, I want us to be straightforward with our identities or backgrounds to ensure a better alliance or cooperation. Background? You seem sure that I'm not a simple loose cultivator, Wang Wei stated. These people have erased, twisted, or hidden history, so only a few top lineages still have perfectly intact records. The fact that you recognized my master's name and knew how many disciples he had proved you're not from an ordinary background. Fair point, Wang Wei nodded. My name is Wang Wei, from the Dao Opening Sect. Them? My master did say the chances of the Destined One having a deep connection with them were very high, the Flame Blacksmith uttered. Oh, what else did he say? He said that if I have a chance to participate in the closure of this era, I should take it. The blessings from my achievements will help me tremendously in the next era, an era which will be even more brilliant than the Golden Era. Your master is wise, Wang Wei said, but his mind was thinking of something else. Based on the information the sect gave me, the Blood Rune Paragon's goal was always to get his hands on the refiner Dao position. However, he also accepted his limitations, thus focusing on cultivating an apprentice to accomplish his dreams. His other 2 apprentices have great achievements, but they did not meet his expectations. Could he be trying again with this Flame Blacksmith? Does he have this much potential? If his deduction is true, then an alliance with the Flame Blacksmith will not only help him in his fight against the parasites but also be a perfect opportunity to expand the Dao Opening Sect's alliances. With this mindset, Wang Wei had a deep conversation with the blacksmith, laying out the groundwork for their alliance/cooperation. Finally, he left with the Sky Pavilion Master. By the way, what was the unreasonable request you asked of him? Wang Wei casually asked after returning to the Azure Sky Pavilion. I wanted him to refine an artifact with lawless iron that was as small as sand, maybe even smaller. That is unreasonable, Wang Wei agreed. But why would you want something like that? No, he said it was a customer request. Who would want such a thing? My apologies, I can't say. Excuse you? No, don't get me wrong, Azure Sky swiftly said. It's not that I don't want to say, but I can't. The customer made me sign the most restrictive contract not to reveal their info. I couldn't even keep any records of this request. Why all the intense secrecy? Wang Wei complained, feeling something was odd. Why did you even entertain such a request in the first place? I had no choice, Azure Sky declared. These parasites crippled my family's connection to the outside world, and it was that person who reinstated it. In fact, this person basically controls our lifeline when it comes to accessing resources from the outside. Although they never interfered or made things difficult for us, it does not change the fact how much power they secretly held in our pavilion. Well, You don't have to worry about that from now on, Wang Wei reassured. Now that he was in control, the pavilions could go through him to get resources. In fact, they will start to operate on a large scale in the outside world while the branch in the Lawless zone will become less important. Wang Wei detected Monk and Dulgun had returned, so he went to meet the demons since these people would be underneath him. He needed to assess their potential and know what to expect of them in the upcoming struggles. As such, he gathered all 5 of them, including the poison demoness that he had already met. He sat on a throne, observing all 5 of them. Wang Wei read their fate lines to have a better understanding of their personality, experiences, and capabilities. The poison demoness is an excellent poison cultivator. She's efficient and ruthless in her approach while also keeping a more experimental mindset. However, she becomes useless once her poison does not work. Maybe she should add Gu Dao to expand her repertoire. His gaze turned to the puppet demon. Another ruthless bastard. I guess all of them are ruthless, hence the demon in their name. However, this one even abandoned his flesh and turned himself into a puppet. However, he's too confident in his work as he made such a stupid mistake of leaving his puppet core where his heart was. Once he fixes that and I help him condense the other runes for his myriad Dao core, he will be a force to reckon with. Plus, I can take all his knowledge and experience as a gift for Kai Song. Wang Wei frowned as he looked at the flesh demon. This grafting technique is quite unique, but this bastard went the wrong way. He acquired the body of an indestructible Empyrean but not the strength of one. He used his grafting method to avoid the tedious and painful process of body refining, but that only made his flesh full of flaws and his willpower extremely weak. Despite his potent flesh, this demon did not even achieve willpower manifestation. He even avoided the true power Dao realm tribulations by taking body parts from people who succeeded. Such an act ruined his luck as he achieved strength without paying the price. Wang Wei could tell this bastard would probably be the first to die in the outside world with how terrible his luck and destiny was. So, I must shield this bastard with my own luck and turn him into a genuine body refiner, starting by tempering his willpower. Once he meets my requirements, I can give him my and Monk's body parts to turn him into a top expert. Wang Wei was satisfied with this plan, especially after realizing the flesh demon was the most cunning of these 5 individuals. He will be an excellent pawn if used correctly. He turned to the cursed demon, a young man with a morbidly pale complexion and tattoos of black rose that ran from his neck to his back. He looked nothing extraordinary from the surface. However, it seems he was born with a terrifying bloodline curse. The origin of that curse will probably lead to something interesting, but for now, this is not something I can deal with. Wang Wei pondered. However, if we can find a way to use that bloodline curse as his power, he will be a great asset. Finally, he looked at the ghost demoness. She was an ugly elderly woman dressed in a dark purple robe. Cultivators can change their appearances at will, unless something unexpected occurs, but she chose that ugly appearance despite having no extenuating circumstances. Through the fate line reading technique, he knew it was due to a heartbreak she suffered in her youth, so he no longer cared. If I can fuse her ghost army with the puppet demon's puppet army, I can cultivate a ferocious legion. He knew how deep the parasite's background was, so he needed all the help possible. Now that he had a better understanding of his team, Wang Wei prepared to finish conquering this place by targeting the 4 gangs. He wanted to be as swift as possible since he sensed that time was not on his side. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1239 The Ruthless King. After planning the next step, everyone separated to fulfill their task. Wang Wei chose the Bloodline Gang as his target, and he dealt with them relatively quickly. He lured their leader, a somewhat rare Snow Thunder Leopard, who was a 2nd-tier Earth pre-March, meaning he was on par with an Empyrean but did not have a Heaven Will. Wang Wei created a secret realm and left his bloodline inside before luring one of the Bloodline Gang members to find it. The poor lad hurried to notify the upper echelon of the gang, and this secret news soon reached the Snow Thunder Leopard, who quickly rushed over. Once that happened, Defeating him and taking control of his gang was relatively easy. Wang Wei returned to their base, where two of the other groups were already waiting. "So, he's the leader of the Grand Mist gang," Wang Wei commented as he looked at this man that could be described as beautiful due to his many feminine features. "Was there any problem?" he asked. He sent Monk to deal with this person as the Grand Mist gang lord because the latter hated Empyreans, Dao rulers, or any cultivators capable of creating lives. "He granted me an audience, but after knowing why I came, he immediately turned hostile," Monk replied. Wang Wei nodded as such a response was expected. "What's your name?" Wang Wei asked. However, the Grand Mist gang lord just stared at him. "Zobo? A good name," Wang Wei nodded. "You're a weird man. You have such a strong hatred for us, creators, but you also secretly wish to find one worthy enough to serve, to dedicate your life. I guess it's not so weird since your master treated you so nicely. You probably wanted to relieve that time which was dear to you." "Shut up. Don't act like you know me," Zobo yelled. "But I do. I would rather die than serve you," Zobo said with gritted teeth. "That's fine by me," Wang Wei replied casually. "You're not as valuable as you think, especially after I extract your memory on how you survived an Empyrean tier creation tribulation. However, do note that if you kill yourself, I will have the bloodline gang leader desecrate your body and soul by letting him eat you and all your people." "You monster," Zobo said with gritted teeth. If there is one person he hated more than those Empyreans who played with life as if it meant nothing, it was that racist bastard. He would rather be subservient to someone else than let that leopard win over him. "Let's make a deal," Zobo said. "Let me kill that leopard and my life is yours." "As I said, you're not that valuable," Wang Wei replied casually. "What you're saying is if I'm way more valuable than him, you'll allow it to happen?" "Interesting," Wang Wei muttered as he held his chin. "I'm open to your bargain. But how will you prove your worth?" "By becoming an everlasting Empyrean," Zobo said with gritted teeth. "Oh, that's right. If you become one of my creatures, I can allow you to retake the creation tribulation to become an everlasting Empyrean. But, can you survive the tribulation? Unlike my original creations, you'll be truly dead once you fail." "I'll survive," Zobo declared with gritted teeth. He knew such tribulation would be, at minimum, 10 times harder than a creation tribulation for a regular Grand Mist life trying to become an everlasting, but he did not care. He would put his life on the line to kill that leopard. "Well, I look forward to the result," Wang Wei commented. "Did you see how he used this man's desire to control him? It seems I have much to learn in the ways of the human heart," Monk said to his wife. "Yes, you can learn much from observing him. Once this era ends, it might be difficult for the barbarian race to maintain their neutrality, given their participation in ending the parasites. By then, Monk will have to deal with many of these elders who are set in their ways, so having leadership and diplomatic skills like Wang Wei will be crucial for him to navigate the situation, especially before he becomes a primal paragon and has absolute power in the clan." Wang Wei turned his focus on the two people from the crazy thief gang that Dulgun, Ghost, and Puppet Demon brought. "Who is their leader?" "These are the Vice Gang leaders," Dulgun explained. "As for their leader, well, he disappeared." "He ran away from you?" "No," she responded. "He appeared a while ago to announce to the gang that he was entering a deep state of retreat. He did not show up when we raided their headquarters and controlled everyone." "So, he abandoned his men?" "The gang leader did not abandon us," said Thin Finger, one of the two vice leaders. "Wait until his cultivation is successful. He'll come to kill all of you and return our gang to normal." "What a strong faith you have in your leader," Wang Wei commented. "Do you think this is the first time this has happened?" Thin Finger sneered. "Shut up," yelled Black Tooth, the other vice gang lord. "Do you want to give the enemy all our information?" Thin Finger immediately quieted down but still stared ferociously at Wang Wei. "Indeed, a reliable leader," Wang Wei commented as he observed their past. However, he could not see their leader clearly as he was enveloped in a black fog. "This place is full of unique characters," he thought to himself with a smile. "Where is the last?" Wang Wei suddenly stopped to look in the distance. Did something happen? Monk asked. The last group was captured. Really? Their task was to observe and wait for us. So how could they be captured? Did they disobey their orders? Yes. The martial outlaw gang already knew they were coming. It seems that our movement was leaked, or the Ruthless King detected some kind of danger and preemptively attacked, Monk summarized. It seems we must do this more directly, Wang Wei said with squinted eyes. He did not waste time and teleported everybody outside the martial outlaw gang's headquarters, a colossal continent. These people were already awaiting their arrival, all dressed in armor and perfectly lined up. These men are not gangsters. They are a well-trained army that has experienced countless battles, Wang Wei thought. I did not expect you would be the one behind this, barbarian king, said a handsome middle-aged man with a few strings of white hair in his tightly bun hair, black clothes with dragon's designs, and a regal aura. I thought this was an attack from the 5 demons, continued the Ruthless King. But now, no, this may not even be your doing. He noticed the fact that Wang Wei was the one in front, and he remembered the news he heard not long ago. Someone defeated the barbarian king. And who might you be? Wang Wei did not immediately answer him as someone else caught his attention. 2 people stood behind the Ruthless King, and he knew they were his sons, given how much they resembled him. They were both only eternal emperors, which should not have garnered his attention. However, the one on the left was odd. Firstly, Wang Wei could not tell this young man's exact cultivation realm. At first, he appeared to be only 54% Grandao source, while his brother was 67%, but Wang Wei knew he was hiding his real level, and whatever means he used, it was something even he could not see through. The second thing that drew his attention was this young man's eyes. He was born with the 17th heavenly physique, the double pupil. Lastly, the young man's reaction to their presence was strange. He first glanced at Monk with great worry before looking at Wang Wei with horror. All these emotions were very fast, almost unnoticeable before he controlled himself to look calm. Another interesting character, Wang Wei thought before focusing on the Ruthless King. The name is Empyrean Wang. It's a pleasure to meet you, but what should I address you as? The Ruthless King, or would you prefer a more familiar term, like His Majesty? The Ruthless King squinted. Ruthless is fine. After all, I'm just a nationless ruler. I know it must have been hard, but could you quench my curiosity? Wang Wei asked. How was your dynasty destroyed? I'm assuming the parasites did it, forcing you into exile in this place. But why did they destroy it in the first place? Was there a particular reason, or were you guys just part of a long list of places to clean up? I don't believe this is the kind of conversation strangers should be having, the Ruthless King responded with clenching hands, trying to control his anger. Fair, Wang Wei nodded. So, let's get back on track. I believe we reached the part in our conversation where you asked me why I'm doing this. What animosity do I have with you or your gang? The Ruthless King stared at Wang Wei. He could not remember the last time he had a conversation where the opponent completely dominated the rhythm. He used extreme means to calm himself down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1240 The Second Prince. There are no grudges or any relationships between us, Wang Wei said, not giving the Ruthless King time to respond and gain control of the conversation. I need a new force to end the situation outside, and the Lawless zone was the best place to amass power. The Ruthless King squinted. So you're... That's right, Wang Wei nodded. How about this? If you join me peacefully, I promise to ally with you, and once we achieve our goals, we can go our separate ways. That is not happening, the Ruthless King replied decisively. I figured as much, Wang Wei sighed. I guess I now understand why you're in this situation. You don't know anything about me, so don't pretend like you do. I don't, but it's not hard to deduce, Wang Wei continued casually. You're probably from a top dynasty with paragons. However, they died during the ultimate taboo or the cleanup afterward. Despite these circumstances, your dynasty should still have existed, even if they had to live in embarrassment. Unfortunately, your ego and pride hurt the entire nation. You probably did something that provoked these parasites, or they tried to use you in one of their ploys, and your pride made you bluntly refuse them, causing one of them to annihilate your dynasty. In the end, you had to run with your tail between your legs, living in this place in exile as a shadow of your former glory. That should be the gist of it. Did I miss anything? I should be off in some of the small details. The ruthless king looked at him, his killing intent almost palpable. The odd thing is it seems you haven't learned anything from that experience, Wang Wei continued. Your ancestors must be rolling in their graves in limbo. I assume you did not come to this place simply to hide from the parasites but also to hide from the consequences of your actions. After all, once your ancestors are revived, they will definitely dethrone you and may even directly execute you. This restricted place is your best chance at surviving their wrath. You have a sharp tongue, the ruthless king commented, secretly clenching his fist. It's a shame you used to spew nonsense. Wang Wei ignored his feeble comeback, his gaze focusing on the legion behind him. It seems you're not completely useless. Your men's spirit and morals have not wavered the slightest with my words. So, your forte is military training? It's probably how you became the successor in your generation despite your terrible personality and unsuitable mindset for a ruler. Wang Wei then turned to the princes behind the ruthless king. Your father's fate is sealed. If any of you can control his legion, I will be more than happy to work with you instead of him. If you wish to exercise filial piety, I can even spare his life as long as you promise to control him properly. Stop talking nonsense, yelled the first prince. You're stupid if you think we will betray our own father. I see, Wang Wei replied with a hidden smirk. His focus was on the second prince, the eye with the double pupil. Although the latter nodded in agreement, Wang Wei detected his hesitation. What a shame, Wang Wei sighed. Anyway, where are my people? The flesh and poison demons were captured, and he wanted to know their whereabouts. They are safely kept by me, the ruthless king quickly replied, feeling he finally had some sense of control over the situation. However, I don't know how. I won't negotiate anything with you regarding their safety, Wang Wei cut him off. If you keep them alive, I promise not to touch your family lineage. Although you'll be gone, you can take comfort in the fact your lineage remains and might one day keep their status as emperors. By this point, veins were popping on the ruthless king's neck. This is not how things are going to proceed. Do you understand me? Do you not understand your situation? Wang Wei rebutted. Do you think you can win in this situation? I have experienced millions of battles, and one thing I've learned is that there is always a way, no matter how dire the situation, the ruthless king sneered. Wang Wei sighed, slightly exasperated. Do you think you're the only one accomplished in military tactics? Wang Wei asked. In your current situation, the only way out is to draw long enough against us until the hidden master hears of this disturbance and comes to put an end. Sadly for you, his presence will not change the situation. The ruthless king's heart skipped a beat. The enemy was correct. As soon as he saw all these leaders show up, he knew this method was the only way for him and his people to survive. Now that we have everything laid up, I'm giving you one last chance. Surrender peacefully and spare your people this bloodshed. Father, please accept his offer, the second prince thought to himself, despite knowing it would be pointless, giving his father's pride and stubbornness. He knew how terrifying this group was, especially the barbarian king and this Empyrean Wang. One of his double-eye abilities is to determine people's talent. Over the years, he developed his own system to classify an individual's talent: worthless, genius, heaven chosen, which is further divided into low, middle, and top, and monstrous. Monster-level talent is the highest tier that someone can be born with, but not the highest level he's created. Above that are once-in-a-generation talent, once-in-an-era talent, and anomalies. However, to achieve these levels, innate talent is no longer applicable. Cultivators must achieve certain tasks or goals, like breaking the barrier between mortals and immortals or achieving 9 supremacy, to go beyond the monstrous tier. Then, there is the level at the top of this list, the anomalies. The second prince did not even know such a level existed until he one day accidentally saw Empress Wu from afar, and his eyes detected a level of talent that had never seen in someone else. The prince thought his eyes may have made a mistake for many years until he met the barbarian king. The latter was the only person close to the anomalous level, seemingly very closed but missing some other factor. So, he classified the barbarian king as pseudo-anomaly. Today, the second prince met the second true anomalous talent in his life, Emperor Wang. The second prince did not know why these anomalies were so scary, but they have displayed extraordinary powers and accomplishments so far. He knew his father did not stand a chance, even if he convinced himself that talent was not always equal to strength. The answer is still the same, the Ruthless king said calmly, already regaining his composure. A man should die standing up, never on his knees. Father, your stubbornness has doomed us again, the second prince sighed. I must do something. I can respect your choice and mindset as a cultivator. Of course, you're very unfit as a ruler and leader, Wang Wei said. However, ultimately, my view of you does not matter. Since you've chosen, let's get this over with. Under Wang Wei's order, the puppet and ghost demons summoned their armies. He used his yin-yang Dao to summon a symbol underneath these legions floating in the void. Then, the ghosts started to fuse with the puppets, turning their eye sockets into soul flames. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. With his actions, these powerful puppets now had more soul/spiritual attacks. Additionally, they can transform into a ghost state, providing them some intangibility. Such a state is also an excellent way to protect their puppet cores. Then, Wang Wei proceeded to activate his awakening and summon his 11 fate palaces. He arranged them in a weird shape before they suddenly linked into a magic circle with intricate designs. The palaces released a unique fluctuation that affected the area. The Empyreans were the first to notice what had happened. They could not summon their creations from their grand mist world. Wang Wei knew one of his weaknesses was his young age, which prevented him from even cultivating enough creation lives. As such, he immediately banned them in this battle. Be ready, the Ruthless king ordered with an ugly expression, and his legion responded in unison to his command. The two princes suddenly swallowed a pill, and their strength instantly reached the Empyrean realm. Then, a Qi luck dragon from their dynasty manifested in the void before fusing with the three and blessing them. Be careful, Wang Wei strangely warned the group. Did you also notice that fleeting gaze? I thought I was overthinking. No, it was there, Wang Wei stated. You're familiar with the hidden master. Do you think it's him? It was so fast that I couldn't tell, Monk replied. However, if someone can spy on us without being detected, it would be him. Wang Wei groaned softly. Anyway, prepare for possible interference and maybe even a sneak attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1241 Settle. Wang Wei did not want to spend much time in this battle, so he went all out from the very beginning. His body released a dark and eerie aura that enveloped the surroundings. The Ruthless king was immediately on guard, which was a wise move. A ghost-like figure dressed in all black, with a bony face and a scythe, suddenly manifested behind him and swung its weapon. The Ruthless king felt that death itself had come knocking on his door, so his intuition warned him to get as far away as possible from this embodiment of death. His feet turned golden, with small dragons rotating around his ankle. With one step, the Ruthless king was a few hundred light-years away from the creature. However, Wang Wei had predicted his movement as he moved exactly next to a colossal black door that became visible due to his presence. The door opened, releasing a suction force, trying to capture him. The Ruthless king heard the cries of millions of souls, many of which he felt were people he had once killed. He resisted the suction, trying to move away from this terrifying thing. However, Wang Wei suddenly appeared before him and punched him into the door. The Ruthless king's dragon protection technique manifested the head of a dragon in the exact spot where Wang Wei's fist landed, protecting him from a direct attack from the fist. However, the force behind the punch still sent him flying into that terrifying door that resembled a ferocious beast's maw. As the Ruthless King approached the death door, he finally used his Tao. "I reject death," he screamed in his mind, and that's exactly what happened. His rejection Tao allowed him to reject the very concept of death itself. The door dissipated, but the Ruthless King's suffering had only begun. "What about the death of the mind?" Wang Wei's voice echoed. The Ruthless King found himself in his sea of consciousness, but with each passing moment, everything around him turned slightly darker. He knew once everything turned black, this would mean the death of his mind, his memories, the death of his soul. He tried to reject death a second time, but this attempt was futile. The Ruthless King reacted swiftly and changed tactics. He rejected all negative status affecting his mind, soul, and spirit. His swift reaction allowed him to block the enemy's technique, but his soul was slightly injured in the process. Boom! A powerful force hit the Ruthless King on his chest, sending him flying away. His dragon protection cracked under the sheer power of that fist and the additional boost from the enemy's true will. Luckily for him, his Tao will was decent, and he protected himself. The Ruthless King rejected all force and momentum around him, allowing him to regain control of his body. However, he saw a pair of terrifying eyes coldly glancing at him. A terrifying pain rushed to his body. The pain was so intense that his soul, no, his very existence, could feel it. As he was about to reject pain from his body, Wang Wei's fist exploded his head and annihilated his soul with one punch. Such a swift and decisive move should have ended this battle. However, this was far from the truth. The Ruthless King's headless body suddenly exploded, forcing Wang Wei to take 5 steps back into the void. "A longevity resource?" he muttered. Wang Wei could tell his opponent was not dead, however, with his background it makes sense. He looked in the distance, and as expected, the Ruthless King revived with a grim expression. The situation was less than ideal, and when it came to someone of this caliber, he could not even use his longevity technique to fake his death. What is taking him so long? The Ruthless King was still hoping for the hidden master to come to rescue him. "Father, please surrender," the second prince suddenly transmitted through divine sense. "Shut up, you unfilial son," the Ruthless King rebutted. "Look around. We have no chance." The Ruthless King saw the situation. His legions first had the advantage, but with time, these mindless puppets that have no fear and are boosted by countless ghosts started to wear them out and slowly regain the lead. The barbarian king instantly captured his first son, while the second barely held on with the help of the martial gang lord, who was once his greatest general. "You should have noticed the difference between our power," Wang Wei said. "Now, why don't you do the smart thing and surrender? It's fine if you don't want to serve under anyone else. You can retire and choose one of your sons to become my subordinate." "Save your breath," the Ruthless King replied without hesitation, making Wang Wei exhale deeply. "I truly hate people like you," Wang Wei stated. His offers have been more than generous, considering he was trying to conquer this place and not play around. However, this man refused any and all concessions. His stubbornness reminded him of that guy from the martial hegemony world. "Fine. Have it your way," Wang Wei sneered. "I'll ensure you stay dead this time." As Wang Wei went on the offensive, the Ruthless King responded in kind. His body released a strange yellow mist-like energy, which was, in fact, final grand mist. The Ruthless King used one of Empyrean's desperate measures. He sacrificed his grand mist world, destroying it and killing all the lives inside to revert them into Cosmos Grand Mist Chi. He then sacrificed his Grand Mist wheel to reverse Yang into Yin, turning the Cosmos Grand Mist into Final Grand Mist. The Ruthless King transformed the intense yellow energy in his palms into dragons to magnify their effects as he rushed toward Wang Wei with a brutal attack. No matter how good his defense or his control of true will, the potent effect of the Final Grand Mist should be enough to severely injure him. "Once that happens, it will be easier for me to prolong this battle," the Ruthless King thought, his actions decisive and ruthless. Sadly, the Ruthless King made 2 mistakes. Firstly, he severely underestimated the effect of limit indestructibility, especially in the Empyrean realm. As such, even if he were facing Monk, this attack would only lightly injure him. The second mistake was he did not know his opponent well enough. Grand Mist is considered the first chi/force/power of the Chaos universe, but that's not entirely true. Nothingness was the first. Although it only existed briefly before becoming Grand Mist, it is still the predecessor. As such, Wang Wei, whose body was nourished by nothingness, had an extremely high immunity to final Grand Mist. However, he did not use this immunity for this clash. Instead, he used an absorbing spell to swallow all of the Ruthless King's Grand Mist Chi and convert it into the power of nothingness. As such, the final result of this clash was Wang Wei holding a shocked Ruthless King by his neck as he looked at him calmly. "You're lucky. You did not annoy me enough or be such a threat that I need to go the extra length to grant you true death," Wang Wei calmly stated. "And by the time you revive yourself, it should be time for your dynasty to judge your incompetence." The Ruthless King's body dissipated. His eyes showed calmness, even a sense of relief. "The battle over there is finished?" Monk thought. "I guess I should put an end to this." Giant pressure. He summoned the weight of all the giants fused in his body and converted them into a gravitational pressure that he released on this entire battlefield. Everyone who was not his ally was forced to kneel, unable to move a muscle. Wang Wei returned to the group, secretly nodding in satisfaction. He glanced at the second prince. "I will not provide true death to your father. So, you should understand what I want." "Don't worry, sir, we will surrender and serve you loyally," the second prince immediately replied. "Bastard, who gave you the right to speak for me?" "For us?" yelled the first prince. This idiot, the second prince thought. He did not hesitate to use a soul attack to instantly annihilate his brother's soul. "I apologize about my brother. He won't be an eyesore anymore." "Decisive, I like that," Wang Wei praised. "But can you control your people?" "Half of the legion are my people," the second prince calmly announced this shocking truth. "As long as I convince General Long, the other half will follow me. But I'll give you half an hour." The prince immediately started to converse with the Marshal Gang Lord, or as most people knew him, General Long. A little over 10 minutes later, the general boldly declared, "We will serve the second prince." "Excellent," Wang Wei smiled. "Let's return to the Azure Sky Pavilion. I'm interested in your story." Dulgun waved her staff to open a large portal for large-scale use. One by one, everyone left the battlefield until only Wang Wei remained. He looked in the distance, lost in thought. Was it someone else's sight I detected? Or was it the hidden master, but he's planning something else? Wang Wei grunted softly. He did not like the uncertainty of it all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1242 The Double Pupils. After settling the martial outlaw gang, Wang Wei summoned all his new subordinates. He sat on a throne in the middle of a room, with Monk and his wife on his right and the flame blacksmith on his left. He looked at everyone else, but his gaze did not immediately focus on the second prince but on the poison and flesh demon, who were fine after being rescued. "You should understand that it's not a good look for you two to be captured on the first task I assigned you, right?" "We understand," the flesh demon bowed, accepting this reprimand. Meanwhile, the poison demoness felt this was unfair given the situation. However, she also apologized. "This is your first failure, and there were extenuating circumstances, so I'll let you off with a verbal warning," Wang Wei continued. "However, all of you must understand what is at stake. We are about to fight a war to end an era, so I don't need to remind you what failures will mean for us or anyone we care about." Wang Wei let his words simmer for a few seconds before addressing the second prince. "What's your name?" "I am Jia Ping, the second prince of the Great Tan Divine Court." "Great Tan? I remember you guys were top members of the Dynasty Assembly," Wang Wei stated. This assembly was not among the 13 overlords since Great Qin was the only dynasty-form faction in the 13. However, the Great Qin Saint Court was too ambitious, forcing countless dynasties to fuse or bow to them. So, The other 13 supported the establishment of the dynasty assembled to quell their ambitions and balance them out. That was in the past, Jia Ping replied. Our dynasty was destroyed and looted by these parasites. Now we are a shell of our former past. What exactly happened? The five-feather phoenix wished to use us as pawns against the Earth Emperor, who started acting like the human emperor and the great Qin Saint Court. The official warned my father to use diplomatic means to remain neutral and isolated, but he wouldn't listen, Jia Ping explained, sighing deeply. He was first rude to the envoy, and afterward, he tried to contact the undead phoenix to join him in eliminating Five-Feather. He probably thought he could take her out and replace her amongst the 7. As you can guess, his actions backfired, and the others used this opportunity to eliminate us and plunder our territory and resources. It appeared as if your father was not the best ruler, so how did he get the throne? Dolgun asked. He was indeed subpar regarding governance compared to his siblings, Jia Ping admitted. However, he was the best military commander. From what I pieced together, the elders and ancestors chose him as the successor because they believed they could make up for his lack of governing ability with their presence. Unfortunately, they died, and without their presence to restrain my father, he did whatever he pleased. A terrible twist of fate, Wang Wei commented. What about your situation? It's now apparent that you were already in the Empyrean realm, but you hid your cultivation. Then, there is the fact you've secretly controlled your father's army. I had no choice, Jia Ping said, smiling wryly. Since I was young, it was apparent I was more competent than my elder brother, meaning the throne should have been mine. However, my father secretly despised me for some reason and treated my brother better, even though we had the same mother. He probably saw his past situation with his siblings in our competition and projected his insecurities on me. When my mother was still alive, he at least pretended to treat us equally. But after she reincarnated after failing her Paragon tribulation, he no longer had to pretend. I suspect that's why he also never searched for her reincarnation. Jia Ping had a sneer on his face. Mother suspected this may be the case, so she warned me to look out for myself. Your mother tried to become a paragon in this political climate? She's a bold woman, Wang Wei praised. That she was. One of the main reasons the elders allowed my father to ascend to the throne was his marriage to Jia Ping's mother. She was to be his anchor, reigning in his arrogance and pride. So, what method do you use to hide your cultivation? Wang Wei wanted to know what method could hide from him. It's nothing impressive, a tier 12 talisman, Jia Ping replied, showing the jade talisman to everyone. My mother gave it to me before entering the source chi space for her tribulation. It's one of the few things I have left of her. Jia Ping looked at the talisman with love and care. However, you can have it if the Lord wishes. Although it can only be used to hide cultivation, it's an excellent resource for the correct opportunity. I won't take such a precious thing from you for no reason, Wang Wei declined. However, if the situation arises, I may need to borrow it. He knew he needed all the resources for this upcoming fight, but he did not need to take it from his subordinate. Such an act is detrimental to the team's cohesion. No problem, Jia Ping nodded. I have 2 more questions, Wang Wei stated. Firstly, it's about your reaction when we first appeared on the battlefield. Your eyes saw something, what was it? Jia Ping hesitated briefly after hearing this question before explaining his talent classification to the room. Anomaly, huh? Wang Wei muttered. He was surprised that the second prince had some kind of connection with his future wife. However, as for this talent classification, Wang Wei was only mildly intrigued, and that's because there was too little information to determine what made him and Wu Hong an anomaly. For example, would his ancestor, the Sword Empress, known for her unparalleled talent, be an anomaly or someone close to it like Monk? Does it have to do with achieving a perfect 9 supremacy, or do other factions come into play? There were too many questions and no answers. Lord, what do you think I'm missing? He suddenly felt this question was crucial to his future. I can't say for sure since there is too little information, Wang Wei replied. It could be that you need to double cultivate the Dao. But, I'm a body refiner. Could it be that a single focus path cannot become an anomaly? Like I said, there is too little information to tell, Wang Wei reinstated. Another possibility might be you must achieve Taboo Realm. I did it in the Emperor Realm, so maybe that's what you're missing. Wang Wei theorized his future wife might have achieved Battle Realm Taboo Realm in the Empyrean or Paragon Realm. However, these were all speculations. Taboo Realm, huh? Monk muttered. You should not focus too much on this now, Dulgun reminded him. This classification is based on the lad's visual prowess and personal interpretation, and as the Lord said, there is too little information to go on. So, don't lose your focus. Dulgun knew how her husband could easily become obsessed with strength or achievements. As such, she warned him not to put all his focus on this classification and lose sight of their current situation. On to my second question, Wang Wei continued, secretly nodding that Dulgun reminded Monk of his current priority. Did your eyes awaken? They did, Jia Ping responded proudly. The double pupil was a top physique in itself, but if its own could awaken it, its value would be comparable to the top 5 heavenly physiques due to the ability it will acquire, Copy Dao. As the name implied, this ability allowed the owner of the double pupil to copy someone else's cultivation level and acquire their Dao. In other words, Jia Ping could copy Wang Wei's Fate Dao and instantly achieved the same level of cultivation as Wang Wei now, 77%. Jia Ping could then choose whether this LY acquired Fate Dao is his primary or a sub-Dao. Which level? Wang Wei asked with a smile. The highest. Wang Wei's eyes lit up, meaning you can copy a Paragon's Dao. Although the limit of the double pupil was 90%, and Jia Ping could only use it after becoming a Paragon himself, it was still a terrifying ability. After all, who wouldn't want a free Dao that reaches the Paragon tier? If Wang Wei had those eyes, he would definitely use them to raise one of his professional Dao to the Paragon realm. You're more talented than I thought, Wang Wei praised. Awaking the double pupil was slow, tedious, and challenging. On top of that, it can only be accomplished before proving the Dao. Wang Wei suddenly sighed. Your father was truly a moron. Jia Ping was a prince, meaning his awakening task would use this identity as the basis. Heaven and earth would slowly cultivate Jia Ping into the perfect emperor/ruler, and his double pupil would evolve accordingly. The fact his eyes developed the ability to detect talent was proof of this. Yet, despite knowing all of this, the Ruthless King still isolated such a talented heir. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1243 Chat on a floating rock. Monk walked out of the planning meeting, his mind already wandering somewhere. When he returned to his quarters, Monk summoned a pen and parchment and started writing. Despite how small the brush was, Monk's writing was impeccable due to his ungodly control over his body. He wrote notes or observations about Wang Wei, from the latter's behavior, mindset, tactical abilities, and even subtle micro-expressions. Monk even wrote about Wang Wei's flaws, like his often casual demeanor, which Monk viewed as not appropriate for a leader. If your subordinates are too comfortable for you, it becomes easier for them to walk out of line. Of course, Monk also recognized that Wang Wei can instantly switch from joyous and casual to noble and intimidating. His personality could not walk this fine line, so Monk decided not to learn from this aspect. Another critique he had was that Wang Wei was not ruthless enough. He believed Wang Wei should have been more harsh on the demoness, especially the poison demoness. Her resentment at being reproached was visible, and if he were him, he would have punished her harsher. Maybe this was a wise choice since the group has just been established. Monk pondered on the last criticism. Kindness is also a weapon that can be used as a means of control. I can learn from this mindset. Monk continued writing his observations and analysis, all with the desire to improve himself as a cultivator and a leader. His first instinct seems to resolve any situation using the less violent approach. I learned this lesson before, but he's more extreme. Negotiation seems to be the first solution, and he also ensures that everybody benefits while he benefits the most, even if that is usually secretly. That is a good approach to things. Monk wrote down his last thought. I have much to improve, and it seems it won't be easy to reach his level, he uttered. We have plenty of time, Dolgun, who sat next to him, reassured. Wisdom cannot be acquired or achieved in one day. That's true, Monk nodded. Tell me what you... He suddenly stopped mid-sentence, frowning intensely. Dolgun waited for 10 minutes before asking. Is something all right? I feel a brilliant idea coming my way, but it keeps eluding me. Oh, what kind of idea? One that could help my situation and even break all the shackles I'm facing. That's quite the idea. Did you catch it yet? No, Monk replied, not hiding his frustration. He tried countless memories, mind and spiritual techniques and skills, but still could not catch the idea. Maybe this is not the right time for this idea, Dolgun reassured. Maybe you're right, Monk sighed. Huh. He looked in the distance and suddenly stood up as he had detected something. Should I provide assistance? No, he would ask if he needed it, so let's just wait. Wang Wei was left alone after the meeting. He discussed the group's next course of action in detail, including moving out of the Lawless zone. Now, he only had 2 things to finish: Gu Xian's secret resources and payback to Empyrean Blackheart. As for the group, they had their own tasks since the conquest was not completed. There were a few scattered Empyreans or Tier 11 insurgents in this place. Those people did not join or build any large factions, but they were powerful enough to remain relatively independent. The group's next task was to bring these people under his command. What should I do first? Wang Wei contemplated. Gu Xian's treasure is not going away anytime soon, but he is also not in a hurry to beat up Empyrean Blackheart since he tasked people to look out for that bastard. These tasks bring him immense pleasure, so it is a decision of which pleasure to experience first, acquiring great wealth or finally getting revenge, petty revenge. It's probably best Wang Wei suddenly stood up from his cushion as he sensed something. So, finally showed up? He teleported to an isolated location of the Lawless zone full of debris of destroyed planets, dimensions, and vast continents. An elderly man dressed in black and gold sat on a floating rock with a pot of tea and 2 cups before him. Let's chat, said the old man with a smile, his brown eyes calm but reassuring. Wang Wei looked at this person. He could not detect anything, no matter the mean. It was as if a normal mortal was in front of him, but that analogy made no sense since he could see everything from a mortal. He checked the surroundings before accepting the offer. You can call me Old Man Dai, or, if you want to be more formal, just call me the Hidden Master like the people here do. Wang Wei. I know more than you think, Old Man Dai said, pouring tea for both of them. Wang Wei carefully sipped. The tea was subpar for something served by a Paragon, but it was understandable, given the latter was stuck in this hellhole. I know it's lackluster, but it's the best I can offer. What is this meeting for? Wang Wei asked directly. Are you here to show off and put me in place or something? No. I'm here to talk and clarify things, Old Man Dai reassured. Firstly, we are not enemies. Oh, how so? As soon as I recognized you and your destiny, I decided not to interfere in your affairs. In fact, I wished I could help. Wang Wei finally understood the Hidden Master's mindset and why he let him conquer this place. Of course, that's assuming he's telling the truth and not scheming something. Why can't you help me? I love my life too much, Old Man Dai replied. Leaving this place is guaranteed death. Plus, I'm not young enough, so it's best to leave the fighting to the youngsters. Youthfulness was more of a mindset for cultivators, so Wang Wei would not comment on Old Man Dai's last statement. You do know if the 2 sons came here to kill you, you have no chance of surviving, right? They are too busy balancing each other to care about little old me, Old Man Dai chuckled. Plus, it's not like I don't have a chance. Those are bold words, Wang Wei said, suddenly intrigued. Have you heard about the 2 most popular theories on how this place came to be? I have. Well, they are both true, Old Man Dai said. Long time ago, this place was created by a man with an outrageous amount of hatred and obsession. He even sacrificed his life to make this place. However, he did not stop at that. He somehow convinced true heavenly Tao, probably through merit or something else, to help him make a safe zone in the eternal ascension world before sacrificing himself to imbue this place with his will and obsession. So, even if Supreme Unity took complete control of true heavenly Tao to lift the power it kept in this place, or Mithriya went the extreme route and eradicated true heavenly Tao's power, the obsession should buy me enough time to run and escape through the source chi space. You thought a lot about this, haven't you? It's one of the main thoughts that keep this old man the most at night. Old Man Dai chuckled. Yes, Wang Wei muttered before squinting. You seem to know a lot of secrets or hidden truths. Didn't I tell you? I know more than you think. My question is how? Wang Wei followed up. That is my secret to keep, Old Man Dai smiled. My thought is 4 ways to explain it, Wang Wei continued before counting with his finger. 1. You're an unparalleled genius like me who can deduce these truths from a data pool. 2. You're a diviner, unlike anything the world has seen. 3. You have one of the best information agencies in the world. 4. You have direct information from the inside. Which one is the correct one? Can you tell me, or do you want me to deduce it? Old Man Dai secretly cursed himself. Why did he have to show up by appearing more mysterious and revealing so much information? I think you're overthinking, he responded, his expression unchanged. Let's see, Wang Wei continued, looking him in the eye. You talk like you know a lot about me, but this is the first time we've met, so where did your information come from? We can start by eliminating the fact that you're an unparalleled diviner. Wang Wei was a master of fate and a fateless, so he doubted Old Man Dai could divine his information without him even detecting a hint of it. This might be possible if the old man was a top paragon. But if that were the case, the 2 sons would have eliminated him no matter the price needed to pay. The subsequent elimination is the best information agency in the world. You would need a lot of money and resources to build something like that. And if you had succeeded, your way of life in the lawless zone would not be much different on the outside. Additionally, the parasites would put more effort into eliminating if you had access to such resources. The third to eliminate is intelligence. You don't conduct yourself in such a manner. However, that's not a completely valid reason to discard your intelligence. After all, you may be putting on an act capable of even fooling me. No, I eliminated intelligence because that also requires data. You can't deduce such knowledge and secrets without some basic information. You don't know me and we have never met, so how would you know much about me? How did you know enough about Mithriya and Supreme Unity to deduce their strength and capabilities? We've already determined you don't have one of the best spy agencies in the world, so where did your information originate from? Wang Wei asked, looking him directly in the eyes. He was already on guard, preparing for things to get sour. Old Man Dai sighed deeply. He told me to be careful when dealing with you. I should have listened. Who? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1244. Old Man Dai pondered briefly. It was no use hiding at this point since he may figure it out given enough time. Plus, revealing the news has no downside, and it might allow them to establish some level of trust. It was Disaster who told me. The hidden 8th moon? Yes. I see, Wang Wei nodded. You don't seem surprised, Old Man Dai asked. He was on my list of people, albeit not at the top, Wang Wei explained. Logically speaking, it explains some things. For example, I now knew why you could hide from the parasites when they came together to clean up this place. Thinking about it now, the fact you could hide at all means you have a decent technique. Did it come from Disaster? From what I deduce about him, he should be excellent at hiding, probably the best in the world currently. That's right. I did use his technique of avoiding disaster to hide myself, Old Man Dai acknowledged. That means you must be closed, Wang Wei added. But how? Brothers? Apprentice? Lovers? Which is it? Old Man Dai's lips twitched. It wasn't hard to guess since your personality is very similar, Wang Wei continued. You both value your life above everything else, and you have no shame in hiding and running when necessary. However, disaster seems more extreme since you're willing to fight the parasites under the right circumstances. Old Man Dai sighed. This conversation has been nothing but frustrating. We are disciples under the same master, he replied. Our sect only had 3 of us, and the master's philosophy was extreme caution will lead to a longer life. He repeated those words to us every time he had a chance. I was right. The disaster paragon does follow the Go Dao, Wang Wei thought. Your master must be very talented if he cultivated 2 paragons in his sect. I guess. Is he dead? No, he's very much alive, Old Man Dai replied with probably the most confidence since this conversation started. He didn't participate in the ultimate taboo? Hell no, Old Man Dao shook his head. He saw the trouble miles away. As soon as everything ended and he heard 99% of the participants died or were injured, he ran away from the Eternal Ascension world. I have no idea what corner he's hiding in. Wang Wei was momentarily silent. I don't know if I should praise this man's wisdom or, well, everyone has their way of living or cultivating. Maybe I should not judge. Regardless of his feelings about this school's philosophy, he could not deny that they've cultivated 3 paragons. This result is proof enough that they are a substantiated philosophy. Wise words, Old Man Dai said. Most people who learn of their philosophy call them cowards who don't deserve their power and achievements. It's rare for someone to be polite or even acknowledge the wisdom in their philosophy. There is something I've been trying to figure out. Maybe you can help me, Wang Wei continued. How did disaster become one of these parasites? His personality indicates that he should have run away from this trouble. He didn't have much choice, Old Man Dai sighed. As you may have already deduced, the true leader of the Moon and Sun Council were the 2 sons, but that also meant the Moon Council was left with 5 individuals, meaning they were not balanced. Their plan from the beginning was to have 8 members. And when they chose the 8th, they selected disaster because of his personality. He valued his life above everything, and such a person would only vote for the neutral decision that kept the balance since it would be chaos and strife otherwise. Old Man Dai sighed. When they appeared before him, he knew this was a disaster he could not escape. So, he accepted their offer with the condition his identity remained a secret. He was probably preparing his escape when things went awry, Wang Wei commented. I have to admit, he's a man of foresight. It was not a simple act for disaster to predict the eventual end of the parasite's era the moment they recruited him. It was also impressive that he was not corrupted by the power he acquired by being one of the moons. Master used to praise him for this quality. Speaking of your master, why didn't he warn you too to be careful of the upcoming chaos? Wang Wei asked, and Old Man Dai's eyes twitched after hearing this. He did, but only after he had found the perfect hiding spot. Sadly, it was too late for disaster by the time the warning arrived. Luckily, disaster did not forget our brotherly bond. He hid our connection and warned me of the many dangers coming my way. Wang Wei nodded. I have only one thing left to ask. Is it possible for you to help me contact disaster? You want him to join your cause? If possible. I advise you to give up this idea, Old Man Dai said. I know my junior brother, and he won't show up ever now that he has found a good reason to run away and hide. Could he at least provide me with information? He must know much about the others, which will be good enough for me. What's in it for him? Old Man Dai stated. Whether you're victorious and end this era, or they are victorious and prolong it, or you end this era and some of the parasites successfully survive, it will only bring him trouble if he associates with you. Riches mean nothing to him, Old Man Dai continued. Our sect doesn't rely too much on resources, and he has already amassed more than he could imagine during his time as a moon. So, choosing your side will only increase the chances of someone retaliating against him. Dealing with Go Dao people is genuinely frustrating, Wang Wei sighed. He's used to using people's desire to get them to do as he pleases. Sadly, this tactic is useless to these paranoid people. Go Dao? This word perfectly encapsulates our ideology, Old Man Dai uttered, his eyes shining brightly. It's as if we were destined to acquire this name. The master should also be pleased. It was Wang Wei's turn to stare. There is one fundamental truth that anyone who cultivates Fate Tao will always understand. There is no such thing as a coincidence. Wang Wei just witnessed how his experience from Earth was used to officially give birth to the philosophy of Go Dao in the Eternal Ascension world and maybe even the entire Chaos universe. When are you going to stop slapping me in the face? Wang Wei thought to himself, his calm mood instantly ruined. Is something wrong? Old Man Dai asked. Wang Wei has been an enigma to him during most of the conversation. However, he could detect his terrible mood all of a sudden. No, Wang Wei answered. But we need to fight. He stood up from his cushion, showing how serious he was. What do you mean? I thought we had come to an understanding. We have. Then why are we fighting? For 3 reasons, Wang Wei explained. Firstly, fighting you is a great learning opportunity. I don't want to pass on that. Secondly, I believe your true nature will show up while we fight. In my experience, battle is one of the best ways to judge someone's true character. Lastly, I'm in a foul mood and must vent. I understand the first 2 reasons, but what's with the last one? I don't think I did something to offend you. Don't overthink about it, Wang Wei said. I'm sure this conversation was as frustrating to you as it became for me. So, I used this opportunity to vent or teach me a lesson. No need to say another word. Old Man Dai stood up, completely energized. He put away the tea and everything else. Do you think this is a good place for a fight, or should we go elsewhere? This place is fine, Wang Wei replied, and the old man teleported 10 light-years away to signal the beginning of the battle. They stared at each other for a while, clashing their aura to test their opponent. His cultivation should be around 93% Grand Dao Source, Wang Wei concluded. His cultivation is lower than the Barbarian King, but he gives me a more potent threat, Old Man Dai analyzed. This battle will not be as easy as I imagined. Regardless of how he felt, he was still confident. Given their philosophy, it appeared as if members of the Go Dao school did not know how to fight. However, that was far from the truth. One of their core principles is surviving, so being good at fighting is necessary, especially when they find themselves in situations they cannot escape by running away. Their members have low karma and do not rely on luck, meaning there is very little chance of suffering backlash or being tested by heaven and earth. However, they still use the spiritual chi and laws of heaven and earth, meaning they have yet to avoid the system entirely. As such, they must also experience unavoidable catastrophe, just like what happened to disaster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1245 Paragon will Rain Domain. Old Man Dai's reaction was slightly faster than Wang Wei and took the initiative. The void was suddenly filled with raindrops that Old Man Dai controlled, and he unleashed them on his opponent. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he realized each of those drops contained enough force/power to do severe damage to any peak indestructible paragon with any immunity to Power Dao. However, Wang Wei himself was not safe because he detected a very subtle infusion of Dao will in each of the drops. Wang Wei waved his hand to create a universe that swallowed these raindrops. However, they were so powerful that his universe did not last a second, and that's despite the fact he boosted their defense with his true will. Wang Wei reacted by replicating his opponent's technique. However, the rain he condensed was from his death Dao, meaning they were death drops. His plan was simple: use numbers to combat numbers. Unfortunately, although he had the right mindset, he underestimated his opponent's ability. His Dao will application might be even better than mine, Wang Wei theorized. It made sense, given how long Old Man Dai has been living and that he might have received formal training from a master. Wang Wei teleported to avoid the rain, but even that was pointless. The rain contained the ubiquitous characteristic. In other words, this technique functioned under the same principle: just like people could not avoid it unless they built shelter. A few drops of rain touched Wang Wei's body, leaving minor shallow cuts that healed instantly. Wang Wei summoned a time shield around his body, and it could speed up time, forcing the raindrops to age billions of years before reaching him. This move took him some time to breathe, so he went on the offensive. He condensed a thunder spear that he threw with ungodly strength. Old Man Dai was wise, knowing that using water to block this attack was unwise. So, he gathered his rain to make water, which he then changed into ice. With an ice spear in his hand, he casually pushed the thunder spear to the side. Their speed was great, but he also reacted in time, blocking 90% of them. His time shield should have dealt with the remaining 10%, but these raindrops contained the power of time and bypassed his defense. He suddenly remembered that paragons had a much easier time traveling through the river of time. Thus, it was common for their techniques or skills to touch on time Dao. Wang Wei suddenly exchanged position with the spear, placing himself directly next to Old Man Dai. He did not hesitate and went for a punch full of the power of death. The old man exploded, but not into a pool of blood, but into countless raindrops, which rushed toward Wang Wei. Their speed was great, but he also reacted in time, blocking 90% of them. His time shield should have dealt with the remaining 10%, but these raindrops contained the power of time and bypassed his defense. He suddenly remembered that paragons had a much easier time traveling through the river of time. Thus, it was common for their techniques or skills to touch on time Dao. After bypassing his defense, the raindrops also broke through his true will. The enemy's Dao will was sharp, like a great swordsman capable of cutting through defenses. Tiny holes appeared on Wang Wei's body, but he reacted swiftly. He used a true will application that copied a magnet to remove Old Man Dai's Dao will from his body. He really is much better than me, Wang Wei thought. Such news was good and bad. The good news is he had someone to learn from. The bad news is he probably will suffer in this battle, which was against his goal of venting his frustration on this old man. I can't allow this, Wang Wei thought, so he decided to take a page from Monk's book. Since he lost skill-wise, he would make up with numbers or quantities. Wang Wei no longer hesitated and used the technique he created after his fight with Monk. Although it was a prototype, it would have to do for now. Fate will, a projection of the river of fate condensed above his head. Then Wang Wei gathered the willpower of the trillions upon trillions of mortals that fate had absolute control over, from ancient to modern times, alive and dead, and condensed them into a will, which he fused with his true will. There are indeed a few kinks, Wang Wei thought, as he controlled himself not to hear the murmur, complain, and memories of all the beings he took willpower from. Want to use quantity to beat quality? Old Man Dai asked with a smirk. Well, two can play that game. His body released a mighty, noble, and beautiful will that can be described as infinite, as boundless. Paragon's will? Wang Wei asked incredulously. How is that possible? You failed to become a boundless paragon, so how did you acquire a paragon will? Fortunate encounter? Or someone gave it to you? Wang Wei suddenly paused as he figured something out. Your master, is he a boundless paragon? As expected, you immediately figured it out. Old Man Dai did not deny it. The essence of their Go Dao is survival, so walking the eternal path was a requirement. Their master succeeded until the end, but Old Man Dai and his junior brother failed at the boundless mark. Wang Wei sighed. Empyreans can train their true avatars to be in the same cultivation realm as them so they don't have to worry about experiencing the long, tedious process of returning to their peak. Meanwhile, boundless paragons can cultivate Paragon True Avatar. However, they also have another ability. They can stack the Dao will of their true avatars, making their Dao will leagues more potent than the Empyrean realm. Due to incredible change, the Dao will was called Paragon will. It's another way to distinguish from false boundless like Old Man Dai, who still has a Dao will. So, Old Man Dai asked, not hiding his smirk. Do you still want to continue? He had never used his Paragon will out of fear the parasites would increase his level of threat, would then lead to them putting more emphasis on eliminating him. However, this battle was an excellent opportunity. Wang Wei's lips twitched. As soon as Old Man Dai used a Paragon will, he knew he could not win. It didn't matter if it was not his power and from an artifact. The sheer difference between those two power would mean Wang Wei had no chance. And that's not even taking into account his lack of skill compared to Old Man Dai. Why not? Wang Wei replied as he exhaled to calm down. As I said, this is a learning experience. Your new strengths only mean a great opportunity for growth. Wang Wei's fighting intent did not reduce in the slightest. On the contrary, it intensified. Without hesitation, he rushed toward his opponent to confront him. A raindrop rushed into his head, and his danger sense went haywire. He dodged, but the drop penetrated his shoulder. Wang Wei was injured, and it was a genuine injury. For the first time since becoming an Empyrean, his defense failed him. Wang Wei reacted decisively by isolating the Paragon will before blowing his shoulder off. However, the thing did not regenerate due to the residual power remaining. Luckily, such a minor injury was not enough to stop Wang Wei. He fought ruthlessly with Old Man Dai for 100 years before stopping. Wang Wei looked terrible. He had a massive hole in his abdomen, showing his ribs, which were missing a few bones. His left arm only had the forearm, while his right hand was missing his skin and muscle. His legs had dozens of holes, and the right side of his face was also gone. Meanwhile, Old Man Dai looked the same, without even a scratch. This did not mean Wang Wei did not hit him even once. On the contrary, Wang Wei landed many decent hits during this long battle. Sadly, Old Man Dai's Paragon will was too overwhelming, meaning he could regenerate since Wang Wei's true will was basically useless. Had enough? Yes, Wang Wei nodded. Old Man Dai secretly sighed in relief. It was terrifying how much this man stole his technique in this short period. He reckoned that if they kept fighting, it would only take him 10,000 years to learn all his Dao will skills he spent billions of yuan epochs honing and mastering. Are you sure? Old Man Dai asked, trying to pretend. It's fine, Wang Wei replied casually. He had analyzed Old Man Dai enough to recreate all his abilities with his dream combat technique. As you wish, Old Man Dai nodded, showing his high demeanor as an old and powerful cultivator. Wang Wei ignored the latter's petty behavior and asked, "Can you remove your Paragon will's influence?" "Oh, no problem." Wang Wei's body instantly regenerated to its normal state. He condensed a brand new white and purple robe, thus returning to his peak handsome state. "I must thank you," Wang Wei said. Although he lost, the battle paved the way for his future while saving him a lot of time. "That's no problem," Old Man Dai said proudly. "Well, I'm leaving," Wang Wei continued. "Even though you junior brother will reject me, I wish you would still tell him of my offer." "No problem. But as I said, don't hold your breath." Wang Wei nodded before teleporting away. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1246 Go Daos Rise Dao Abandoning World, an unknown cultivation cave. A young man dressed in white with luscious black hair, smooth skin, a well-defined jawline, pointy eyebrows, and burned flesh on the right side of his neck suddenly opened his eyes, showing his bright blue eyes. "Did something happen?" the handsome man muttered before using his finger to calculate. The results were vague, making him frown. Instead, he summoned a pair of extremely white bones and randomly tossed them before him. His blue eyes lit up as he observed the patterns the bones made as they landed. "My first disciple, and my fate nexus?" The young man swiftly checked his fate, and as expected, it was time for him to experience that event. "I can finally get rid of this burden destiny," the young man, also known as Han Fa, thought excitedly. However, he quickly calmed himself down. "But what does this have to do with that idiot disciple? Why couldn't I divine anything?" These thoughts alerted him, making the Han Fa enter careful mode. He activated his catastrophe eyes, a physique he created and elevated to the peak of the world. What the hell did this bastard do? Han Fa thought. He just detected that if he were not careful, that stupid disciple would draw him into a whirlpool of events with disasters, catastrophes, trials, and tribulations everywhere. I knew that stupid disciple would be my downfall one day, Han Fa. Compared to the second, the first did not inherit enough of his cautious nature. The worst part is I still need to know what happened to him, Han Fa complained. He needed to deal with that fate nexus so fate could stop paying attention to him, and he could continue his peaceful life. In other words, as long as that fate nexus still exists, he will never be able to sleep peacefully. I guess I have to take some risks, Han Fa thought before glancing outside the cave. If anyone were here, they would be shocked, no, terrified at the level of security/protection in this hidden cave. First, the cave was inside a dimension built from karmaless crystal, making it an excellent place to isolate any form of karmic/causality detection. Secondly, there was a sea of immortal energy around this cave, which was so intense that it was enough to train more than a dozen immortal kings. However, Han Fa used the energy to interfere with all kinds of detection methods. The third layer of protection was the countless formations around. There were millions of them, and they involved myriad aspects: anti-divination, anti-calculation, anti-karma detection, anti-time retrograding techniques, information control, and many others. Finally, there is the secret transmission array that will teleport the hidden cave to different locations in case of an emergency, including to other chaos worlds, the River of Time, or the Source Chi space. However, this was not the end. The fourth layer was the Chaos World, called the Tao Abandoning World. This place had this name for a reason. Grand Tao abandoned this world, thus limiting the latter's influence/control over it. This world situation limited the use of many techniques, turning it into a perfect hiding place. This place's fifth and final layer of protection was the fact that Han Fa was a fateless. In his life, he took a few risks, and one of them was to kill a fateless to get the status, just like Wang Wei. Han Fa held a communication talisman in his hand, his face very ugly. He was angry that his stupid disciple was putting him in danger. He trained them because he knew they might be helpful one day. He's alone, and sometimes having a few powerful allies might be beneficial for his survival. Of course, his primary reason for acquiring disciples was because he deduced it was the best way to get rid of his fate nexus. After Han Fa sent that talisman, primordial chaos experienced a small but unnoticeable vibration. It was like someone dropped a stone on a large body of water, but no one detected the fluctuations. The talisman headed to one chaos world before disappearing as if it never existed. However, its message was then redirected to more than 1,000 chaos worlds. It went back and forth another 1,000 times through the Source Chi space and another 1,000 dimensions in primordial chaos before reaching the Eternal Ascension world. While this message traveled to these worlds, countless people of different races, sexes, and cultivation realms were involved. These people never met each other and had no connection whatsoever, except to Han Fa. However, if anyone were to look at them, they would never know this since Han Fa erased the karmic connection he had with these people. They've never met Han Fa, known his name, or seen his face. However, he secretly helped them and left them with a binding contract. When the message arrived, these people followed the proper procedure and sent it to the designated area by the contract. Then, they erased their mind of the fact that they've received any kind of information. Some people had harsher contracts and had no choice but to enter reincarnation to hide the message tracked. Some people were embedded with terrifying curses to kill whoever tried to get the information from them. Han Fa did all this to ensure no one could trace the message to him. He was so careful because the Eternal Ascension world had those monstrosities called half-step transcendent. His train of thought was if one of those two captured his message and tried to trace it back to him, the trouble would deter them, and if not, it should buy him enough time for his catastrophe eye to warn him of danger and he can run away. Han Fa's message did not reach Old Man Deus until after his fight with Wang Wei 100 years later. However, that's only relative to the Eternal Ascension world. This message took different times in different chaos worlds, making it hard to calculate how long had passed for Han Fa. However, in some places, more than 1 million passed before the message was transmitted to its following location. The message silently reached the eternal ascension world. Supreme Unity and Mithriya did not notice for two reasons. Firstly, they were locked in battle. Secondly, many top factions communicate with other chaos worlds. These communications stopped or were reduced to a minimum after the ultimate taboo, but since the parasites left for the frontier to stop the invasions, they became increasingly more frequent. So, Han Fa's message could easily enter undetected underneath the countless other more open modes of communication. Old Man Dai was happy to suddenly receive news from his master. The message was encrypted, so he had to spend time using their sect's unique decoding method before he knew its content. He was then slightly surprised by his master's content and replied accordingly. The return message experienced a similar process before arriving, but this time, it was another group of people unrelated to the first. Dao abandoned world, go Dao. Han Fa muttered. So, my destiny was to build a new philosophy. If it were any other individuals, they would be pretty excited. After all, only a few people had such destiny, the most famous being the creators of Taoism, Buddhism, and the Way of Virtue, also called the Scholarly Way, the Gentleman Way, or the Way of Literature. Now, I finally understand why I felt that unfilial bastard was connected to me, Han Fe muttered. He had a third disciple that he took after leaving the Eternal Ascension world. That disciple was the most talented of the three. He became a peak Empyrean in rapid record, and Han Fa was confident he would be the second boundless Paragon in their faction. However, the third disciple only absorbed a small part of his philosophy. The third one wished to create a large faction, to gather people who wanted to cultivate peacefully without getting involved in the chaos and strife of the cultivating world. However, Han Fa disagreed with this idea. It was one thing if it was a hidden faction, but his disciple wanted a proper sect. Since he wants the limelight so bad, he can have it, Han Fa muttered. He can inherit the destiny of the Go Dao school, and I can get rid of fate's sight. Han Fa chuckled before sending words to his third disciple. He was not as paranoid as when he contacted the first, but it was still very hidden. Han Fa exhaled, feeling a burden uplifted from his mind. He looked in the distance, his mood suddenly becoming somber. What should I do now? Han Fa had hit a wall. He became a peak boundless Paragon before the ultimate taboo, and since then, no matter what he tried, he made no progress. After many failures, he decided to temper his body and recently opened the gate of flesh. Han Fa knew this path would increase his survivability and strength, but it would not help him reach the next realm. Do I have to take the risk and participate in the upcoming tribulation to have a chance at enlightenment? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1247 Beyond Comprehension. Wang Wei was in a cultivation room, reflecting on the battle. The character profile he made for Old Man Dai mostly stayed the same from the initial conception when they were talking. The only thing new he confirmed was that the old man was not as low-key as he should be, and he wanted some attention and glory. This was further proven when he used his master's Paragon will, which he should have hidden as a last result trump card. He also should not have revealed it so quickly that it came from his master. From what little Wang Wei could gather about these two's masters, I don't think he's a man who would be glad that his cultivation realm was revealed. Could I draw Old Man Dai's master in the current mess? Wang Wei thought. The situation would become much more complicated if a boundless Paragon suddenly appeared. However, Wang Wei immediately shook his head as soon as this thought manifested. He reckoned their master might let his two disciples die if their actions put him at risk. However, I may be able to use the fact that Old Man Dai revealed his master's information to blackmail him into working with me, Wang Wei thought. No, maybe take action once, but he'll still prioritize his life. Wang Wei was satisfied with using Old Man Dai's power once. After all, he is still a decently talented Paragon. He sent someone outside and said, "Come in." Monk's humongous frame walked into the room. Wang Wei did not stand up from his cushion. Did something happen? No, I wanted to check on you, Monk replied. What happened out there? I thought the fight would at least be a draw. He saw most of the fight and was shocked as he did not expect things to be so one-sided toward the hidden master. He had an artifact with a Paragon will, Wang Wei explained. That explains everything. He wondered why Wang Wei's defense was so easily penetrated. After processing this news, Monk suddenly became angry. So, that bastard did not do his best against me? Apparently so, Wang Wei nodded casually. Let's change the subject. What happened during my absence? Anything to report? Yes. Everything is in order as we now control the Lawless zone, Monk reported. We've also finished the preparation for leaving. We can depart as soon as you say the word. That's good to hear, Wang Wei nodded. You should have observed Jia Ping in the past 100 years. What are your thoughts? Although he trusted his subordinate, Wang Wei needed to remain cautious. No matter how Jia Ping felt about his father, he had some respect or affection for him. So, Wang Wei needed to ensure he was not raising a snake. He's quite capable and focused, Monk replied honestly. And from what I can tell, he showed no abnormal signs. Of course, it's only been 100 years, so it's hard to tell. That's good to hear, Wang Wei nodded. What about General Long? Does he follow Jia Ping without issue, or is he a problem we must deal with secretly? We haven't had any significant deployment of troops, so it's hard to tell the truth. But so far he appeared to be loyal to Jia Ping. But not to us, Wang Wei added. However, that's fine. As long as Jia Ping is loyal, they are not an issue. Wang Wei had plenty of time to convert these men into his loyal subordinate or use them to train his personal legion. Regardless of which tactic he uses, he'll be the one benefiting the most in the end. Anything else? No, that's it, Monk replied. Oh, right, we captured Empyrean Blackheart. Oh! He detected the spy we had watched him, and he ran away using this weird method. I had to capture him personally. Weird? What do you mean by weird? Wang Wei asked. It was odd for Monk to call the method weird. He was using a spatial technique, but it was unlike anything I've seen or known about, Monk explained. He appeared to be using another space as a point to teleport, but this space was unknown. It was not the source chi space. There were no fluctuations from the river of time, and it seemed foreign, something I couldn't recognize. Monk's brow furrowed as he explained. Luckily, there was a limit to the distance he could teleport, and there seemed to be some limitation with the starting time. I acted swiftly and captured him. Wang Wei frowned. Did you find this unique spatial ability? I searched him, his space ring, and his pocket dimension but found nothing. Monk shook his head. Someone's been torturing him to reveal if it's a technique, but he's kept his mouth shut. With this conversation, Wang Wei suddenly realized he had overlooked a few crucial details about Empyrean Blackheart. How did Jun Chao contact Empyrean Blackheart? He found a ceremony to contact an unknown entity who would grant him any wishes at the cost of his life. The ceremony allowed Blackheart to interfere in the lower dimension, which is not something an Empyrean should be able to do, Wang Wei analyzed. Secondly, he was about to kill me and take my soul. The way Blackheart came to hide in this place shows he is a person who cares about his life, but back then he had no qualms about breaking the rules and interfering in the lower dimension as an Empyrean. So, what made him so bold? Wang Wei previously chalked off these anomalies as true heavenly Tao giving Blackheart preferential treatment for his outlaw trial. But what if it was the opposite? What if true heavenly Tao chose Empyrean Blackheart as the highest threat of my trial because he was already unique? Show me where he is. Wang Wei immediately left for Blackheart's prison and saw the man's face for the first time, sitting on the floor with sealing cuffs on his wrists. He had long black hair with streaks of red. His clothes were dirty, his hair disheveled, with blood stains everywhere on his clothes and the floor. However, the most noticeable aspect of his appearance was his pitch-black eyes, which made him look like a demon. The Dark Eyes race? Wang Wei thought. He knew of this race born with the power to feed on people's desires. They were once a part of the collective devil race before separating themselves. The odd thing about this race was they separated themselves not long before many factions besieged the primogenitor devil. However, no one blamed or retaliated against them for some bizarre reason. It was like all the other factions collectively chose to ignore their previous crimes. Then, from what Wang Wei knows, most of their members disappeared afterward, leaving a small population in the Eternal Ascension world. "It's you," said Empyrean Blackheart as he recognized Wang Wei. "Indeed. I bet you never expected this, did you?" Wang Wei sneered. "But how is that possible?" Blackheart asked, not hiding his shock. "The last time I saw you was less than 500 million years ago, and you were only Tier 7. Even time acceleration could not explain the latter's current cultivation realm. What can I say? I'm a man of many means." Blackheart stared at him for a few seconds before exhaling. "I knew you were trouble, but I did not expect you to come knocking on my door so soon." Enough with the introduction, Wang Wei stated. "I came here for answers. What method did you use to interfere in the lower dimension without consequences?" Empyrean Blackheart looked at him, puzzled. "What are you talking about?" "What a great actor you are," Wang Wei praised as he squatted down to look at Blackheart at eye level. "You were part of my outlaw trial, so you know what I'm capable of. So, why don't you stop insulting my intelligence, and let's have a conversation, maybe even a civil one." Blackheart's ignorance was instantly gone. He looked Wang Wei directly in the eyes. "Promise me my freedom, I'll tell you what you need to know." Wang Wei looked at him calmly despite the fact he was secretly shocked. As he read Blackheart's fate line, he found nothing. But this was not one of those cases where a mysterious power blocked specific aspects or periods of his life to hide the information. No, as he saw Blackheart's entire life, everything was normal. At no point in time did Wang Wei see him come into contact with something that made him unique. It was as if the entire thing never existed in the first place. But he knows the thing existed. He had already deduced its existence logically, and Blackheart admits it by trying to bargain with him. Is this some kind of higher dimension information rewrite? Wang Wei asked himself, trying to explain what was going on. It feels like I'm in a situation where logic and reasons no longer apply or make sense. Is this kind of power from a half-step transcendent? Until today, Wang Wei never felt that half-step transcendent were beings beyond his comprehension. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1248 The Heart Desire Palace. Wang Wei secretly exhaled to remove these scary thoughts from his mind before focusing on the current situation. "I cannot promise you freedom. However, I can make life easier for you. No more prison or torture, just a regular captive." "That is not good enough," Blackheart replied. "Take it or leave it," Wang Wei said. "I'll leave it," Empyrean Blackheart replied without hesitation. Wang Wei looked him in the eyes. He suddenly realized something. "Why is your primary concern about your freedom but not your death?" He saw no fear of death in this man's face, which was odd given his situation. "Because I know you won't dare kill me after learning the truth." Wang Wei frowned. This man was telling the truth. He saw the great conviction behind these words. "I don't like how confidently you said these words." Empyrean Blackheart snorted coldly. "In that case, I'm just going to kill you without asking. I think whatever trouble comes afterward, I can use this excuse as plausible deniability," Wang Wei said as he stood up. He pointed his right hand at Blackheart and condensed a thick black energy full of death power. "Wait!" Blackheart yelled, immediately panicking. He realized Wang Wei was telling the truth. "We can negotiate." However, Wang Wei did not listen to him and prepared to fire the death energy. "I'm from the Heart Desire Palace," Blackheart yelled, making Wang Wei stop. "Them?" Monk suddenly commented. "You've heard of it?" Wang Wei asked. "Once," Monk replied. "The sect elders warned me to stay away and not antagonize these people. I tried asking more questions, but no one would elaborate, stating I would know more when I become more powerful." Wang Wei nodded. His situation was the same as Monk's. In the book, his wife left for him and warned him not to mess or deal with two factions, one of which was the Heart Desire Palace, To be precise, the G family behind the palace. He remembered her waning because she said this should be the case even after becoming a peak boundless paragon. Keep talking, Wang Wei ordered. The Heart Desire Palace is a faction that has spread to many worlds in primordial chaos, Black Heart stated. Its members track down people with intense emotions and obsessions, and we acquire their souls through making deals with them. Zhen Chao was a customer, my first customer, to be specific. Wang Wei pondered. Strong emotions and obsessions are one of the most potent forces of the universe, even capable of breaking the rules and creating miracles. The fact that the Heart Desire Palace, or the G family, was amassing its power was concerning. How were you able to contact him? Wang Wei asked. All members have a desire map to detect our primary customers, Black Heart responded. After detecting he met the requirements, I just sent him the summoning ceremony. There were no restrictions or interference from true heavenly Tao. So, it just ignored him? Wang Wei could think of a few reasons, but he did not like any of them. Was that a projection or your genuine body when we met in the lower dimension? It was me. Of course, Wang Wei's eyes twitched. This was a blatant disregard for the rules. He took a moment to gather his thoughts, trying to find an explanation. A few seconds later, he focused on the prisoner. There are still a few things that do not make sense, Wang Wei continued. If your palace is such a powerful place, why couldn't you have run away from Monk? From this place? More importantly, why did Empress Wu's name scare you during my trial? I've only recently acquired my desire map, and it's the lowest level. That's the only reason you captured me, Black Heart swiftly explained. As for your second question? Well, the palace's motto is that we do not fear trouble but do not seek it. I would be responsible if I antagonize someone like Empress Wu. Wang Wei learned two things from Black Heart's explanation. The Heart Desire Palace functioned with a hierarchical system, which was probably very strict. Secondly, this man was not telling the complete truth. Did the Dark Eyes clan join the palace? Is that why they suffered no consequences despite being from the Devil clan? Do you finally understand the kind of power you're dealing with? Black Heart sneered. You can kill me, but you best consider the consequences. Why are you talking as if death was the worst fate someone can experience? Wang Wei calmly rebutted. He summoned his 11 fate palaces and used them to place a terrifying seal that put Black Heart into a world where he would literally experience the worst fate possible. Wang Wei and Monk then walked out of the prison. What are we going to do about him? He seems to be an unstable variable? Monk asked. I want to kill him, but I must make sure there are no issues afterward, Wang Wei explained. After returning to his abode, he used a talisman to contact his ancestor. Oh, you're calling me so soon? You must want something, Yen Hai directly stated. Ancestor, couldn't I just want to chat and bathe in the glory of your presence? Wang Wei stated without a shame. I'm a busy woman, so get on with it, Yen Hai declared, resisting the urge to roll her eyes. I met someone from the Heart Desire Palace. Yen Hai's demeanor immediately changed. Did you kill them? And were you at fault? No. Tell me what happens. Don't leave any detail, she asked swiftly, something Wang Wei caught on. So, he explained the situation without leaving any important details. An Empyrean with a low-level map? In that case, it would have been fine if you killed him. They should give our sect this small amount of face. Why does your tone indicate that an Empyrean is useless to them? The G family values the palace's internal members compared to the others, and their recruitment process does not value cultivation as much as your affinity with emotions, desires, and the soul. Wang Wei squinted. So, I can kill Black Heart? Yes, but I wouldn't recommend it, Yen Hai explained. The palace operates in a neutral system, but they also protect their members. If you kill him, someone will come to investigate. Given Black Heart's low level and the fact you're not at fault, they won't cause you trouble. However, you know the current situation of our world. If these people intervene, even if not directly, things will become more complicated and escalate into, well, I don't even know. You have a point, Wang Wei nodded. But I'm confused. What makes the Heart Desire Palace? No, the G family, so feared that even you're careful when speaking about them. Yen Hai looked him directly in the eyes. Kid, I know you are wise beyond your years or your realm, but there is such a thing as too much on your plate. You have plenty to do now, so don't add unnecessary stress to yourself. All you need to know is stay away from these people, don't antagonize them if you have to deal with them, and no matter what, don't make any contracts with them. Understand? Wang Wei could tell she would not say more. I understand. Good, Yen Hai nodded. You should be preparing to meet my future daughter-in-law at Sun Junyo's celebration. Do you need any advice on how to proceed? As if I would seek advice from someone who's been eternally celibate, Wang Wei thought to himself. Yen Hai's eyes suddenly turned fierce. You just thought something offensive, didn't you? Boy, don't you know my sword can reach you instantly with a thought? Ancestor, don't sully my character, Wang Wei swiftly said. I was thinking of what appropriate advice to ask. Yen Hai snorted coldly. You've ruined the moment. Anyway, you better not mess things with her. I have plans to lord over my seniority over her for eternity. I'll never forgive you if you ruin this for me. I promise I won't. You better not. Yen Hai ended the communication, leaving Wang Wei alone to smile wryly. Is this marriage for me or you? He complained. He sighed before focusing on the present. He did not need to worry too much about the Heart Desire Palace since he wouldn't contact them until he traveled through primordial chaos. However, this incident reminded me of something I've overlooked. Foreign forces, Wang Wei thought. The parasites are holding the front line, but what if someone breaks through or they give up protecting the world? What will happen? He took this moment to deduce the future. In the best-case scenario, Mithria and Supreme Unity will stop their fighting and stop the invaders. Then they would continue their fights. The worst-case scenario is they stop the invasion and return to overlook the situation. I would rather not deal with a present Supreme Unity, even with Mithria's protection. The middle scenario is they keep fighting and allow these foreigners to interfere in the world's current affairs. The situation is also wrong since my priority will not be these weak parasites but some of the most mighty paragons from primordial chaos. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1249 Gu Xian's Treasury. Wang Wei could not think of a good solution. The best option would be for these transcendent beings to allow the paragons from Limbo to return to the world to deal with the situation, but this plan is also complicated. It seems Mithria no longer requires the world to be peaceful, so she might support the Paragon's return. However, Supreme Unity is another thing. Wang Wei pondered. It would be great if they could come up with an agreement. For example, the Limbo Paragons can return, but they can only stay outside of the world. However, Wang Wei doesn't know whether Supreme Unity would accept such an agreement. This plan is a no-go, so I need something else, Wang Wei thought. Maybe the escaped Paragons? He did not believe Mithria and Supreme Unity eliminated every Paragon left in the world for a single reason: they were not powerful enough, at least when they tried it. Wang Wei conjectured that these two did not leave the ultimate taboo as half-step transcendence. If that were the case, they would not need heaven and earth in a peaceful state for them to cultivate. They were probably in the transition phase of becoming half-step transcendence, making their powers leagues ahead of even the best boundless Paragon. Their strength at that time meant plenty of room for a few Paragons to escape and survive. So, Wang Wei's plan was for them to return and deal with these foreign invaders. This plan is even worse than the first one, Wang Wei smiled wryly. These Paragons would be extremely careful if they return, and that is if they choose to return. Additionally, these people must have scattered in countless worlds throughout primordial chaos, meaning Wang Wei had no way of knowing who escaped or how to contact them. Chen Tong would be an excellent choice for such a situation, Wang Wei thought. He's powerful, already has enough resources to revive himself, and he doesn't seem like the kind who can remain indifferent to the situation of his homeworld. Wang Wei then smiled wryly. He exiled Chen Tong into the Source Chi space, but he did not know exactly where. In other words, finding him would be worse than searching for a needle in a haystack. So, unless Chen Tong chooses to show himself, there is no need to consider him for any plan. The only solution left is for the ancestor and my future wife to sit on the frontier and intimidate everyone else, Wang Wei concluded. He sighed before muttering, hopefully, I'm overthinking, and those two chose a temporary truce when dealing with these foreign invaders. He slowly stood up from his cushion and teleported away. He wished to use the treasure from Gu Xian's treasury to relieve his current stress. Wang Wei appeared on a desolate planet on top of a volcano spewing blue lava. He pointed into the void to open a secret dimension. However, Wang Wei did not go in as he knew this was a decoy. Instead, he gathered a unique aura before teleporting to 10 more locations and doing the same. He condensed a token from the aura of all these decoy dimensions and activated it. However, Wang Wei did not enter this one as well. Instead, he entered the 7th decoy dimension. That bastard took the word deception to the core, didn't he? Wang Wei complained. I hope this bastard has some useful stuff. Wang Wei did not have all of Gu Xian's memories, but he knew these resources should be high-end since the bastard had prepared them for his future rise after becoming an unparalleled genius. Wang Wei smiled after seeing the inside of this dimension. He first checked a few talismans with cultivation techniques. This soul technique is decent, Wang Wei commented. Gu Xian had a soul cultivation technique that could cultivate a Paragon soul. Although this technique was not top-notch, he could still use it for his subordinates. As for himself? Well, Wang Wei needed to start cultivating his soul like everybody else, but he didn't have to worry about cultivation techniques since his Wu Hong left him one of the best soul techniques. Wang Wei checked the other talisman, and he found something interesting. Gu Xian was working on turning his heaven deception art into a longevity technique usable for tier 11 and 12. Although he failed, there should be enough data to succeed in his stead. He turned to the last interesting talisman, which contained a body refining technique called Thunder Body Refining Scripture. So, he also planned to walk the true power Dao realm? He was indeed ambitious. Wang Wei flipped through it and decided it might be helpful to his creation lifeforms to pass their tribulation. He put everything away before focusing on the other resources. The ones for Tier 10 were the most abundant and contained the rarest types of resources. Sadly, they were useless to him. His gaze then focused on the Empyrean tier resources, and he immediately noticed two things appealing to him. Fiend God Heaven Pill and Gentian Fruits, Wang Wei commented with shining eyes. The pill would help him ascend in the adult Fiend God realm, while the Gentian Fruit assisted in the body will fusion. With those two finds, Wang Wei was satisfied with this treasury, so he put them and everything else away before focusing on the small tier 12 piles. Firstly, there were 5 Dao Monarch puppets, which Gu Xian probably prepared to serve as his Dao protector after acquiring a talented body. After all, talent did not mean strength, and Gu Xian, who understood that clearly, prepared in case something went wrong. The second thing in this section was a small pile of purple stones, which he recognized as third-rank Dao sources. Wang Wei nodded as using these sources to cultivate in the Empyrean realm should significantly accelerate things, albeit it would be a waste given how rare or valuable they are. The third thing in this section was another small pile of white stones with a vision of dragons circling on their inside. Primal Luck Stone, Wang Wei uttered. Gu Xian prepared enough for him to turn his Qi luck 75% white. Wang Wei's luck was already white, so this thing was useless to him. However, he can put it in his changing fate hall or use it with the new subordinates he has just acquired in the Lawless zone. His gaze then focused on the last valuable thing in this section. This pile was the largest, and it contained crystals that resembled diamonds with a small sun at the center, like a diamond holding a small sun inside. Soul King Essence? And so much? Did he accidentally find a mine? Wang Wei muttered. The soul is crucial to paragons. They must cultivate its quality and quantity. Soul King Essence is the best material to raise the quantity of a paragon soul. This pile was probably the most valuable thing in this secret treasury, so Wang Wei happily accepted them. The overall result was satisfactory, even though only a few things were helpful to him. However, Gu Xian seemed to plan to build a faction, so he also left many valuable things, like immortal qi pools, countless Dao source seeds, and a few heaven wills. Wang Wei returned to the Azure Sky Pavilion, and he immediately ordered everyone to prepare for the evacuation. Everyone was prepared, so more than 90% of the Lawless zone's population left after a month, leaving the rest to keep things operating regularly. Wang Wei plans to use the Lawless zone as another base and a place to recruit people. As long as no one knows something has conquered the Lawless zone, many people should see it as a place of safety and run there, not knowing they are heading into the mouth of a beast. The team did not return through the entrance as that would alert too many people. Instead, they entered the source chi space before teleporting to the Dao burial ground. Before leaving, Wang Wei talked with Old Man Dai about his junior brother's response, and unfortunately, the latter rejected his proposal. Wang Wei was not too disappointed since he expected this, and Old Man Dai warned him. After returning to his base, Wang Wei first learned Wang Qi was out, so he summoned him. While waiting, he introduced the new team to his Shadow Fate Guard, especially Red Mask Fate. I need you to do two things. The first one is a priority, but you can take your time with the second, Wang Wei said to Red Mask. Firstly, introduce the members from the Dark Cloud Pavilion. Their leader, Dark Cloud, has a unique talent, and you must put it to good news, Wang Wei explained. The second thing is to find any news about this girl called Chinjila, her master, and their connection to the Blood Dragon. They'll get it done, Red Mask responded. But do you have anything to report? Nothing important, but here is a summary of what you need to know. Wang Wei received the information from the talisman, and as she said, nothing significant occurred in just 100 years. However, the fact that there were no problems was good news. Wang Qi is back? A few seconds later, Wang Qi rushed into the room. Patriarch, were you trying to eliminate me secretly? Wang Qi paused after noticing all the people inside, and his expression became severe after noticing their aura, cultivation, and strength. He coughed to himself to hide his embarrassment. What happened? Wang Wei asked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1250. Another great variable, unedited chapter. Wang Qi did not immediately answer but looked at the people next to Wang Wei. Don't worry about them since they are my people now, Wang Wei reassured. Then he motioned to everyone else. This is Wang Qi. Don't look at his cultivation. He is the steward of my operations and thus holds my complete trust. Show him some respect when dealing with him. Monk was the first to salute Wang Qi, and the others followed. Wang Qi returned the salute while secretly honored that these big men would lower their heads to show him respect. However, he also understood this was not due to him but because of the patriarch. He also resolved himself to increase his cultivation as soon as possible to earn that respect. Tell me what made you so excited? Wang Wei continued. The brilliant Smile Emperor was captured, Wang Qi swiftly replied. By who? The Five Feather Phoenix people, Wang Qi explained. Is it because of his ascension? Yes. The fact that he brought an entire world caught the attention of many, so he was captured along with the Skyfall world. This might be major trouble, Wang Wei grunted. It is. Wang Qi asked, and he was not the only one puzzled. I was careful so no one found out I was looking for him. Plus, the brilliant Smile Emperor is only a talented emperor. He shouldn't be that important? You're not seeing the bigger picture, Wang Wei stated. For many years, no one thought about ascending an entire world, and even if they did, it was not such a popular idea. Now, what do you think will happen if the parasites began to plan to ascend worlds from the lower dimension forcefully? There are rules, aren't there? Wang Qi asked. They can't just send a projection to force a world ascension. They can still send people down there to do their bidding within the limit of the rules, Monk added. They have enough time to plan this out for generations, if not eras. But the brilliant Smile Emperor's success cannot be easily replicated. Someone would need to convince over 70% of the world's top faction to aid him in the ascension, Wang Qi rebutted. Or force them to obey, Dulgun added. It's easy for an emperor to gain enough power to dominate a world in the lower dimension. Also, convincing an entire world is not as hard as you imagine, added the second prince, Jiaping. With the promise of immortality, many worlds without top factions connecting to the upper world will gladly accept such an offer. All of you are still scratching the surface, Wang Wei added. The real problem is supreme unity. He doesn't have the limitations of the parasites, so he could technically take any worlds from the lower dimension that he pleases. But why would he need to do that? He did not know enough about the two sons to deduce where Wang Wei was going with his analysis. It's about gaining control, Wang Wei explained. He's in a fight for absolute control over the entire world, and forcing all the worlds into the lower dimension is an excellent way to weaken true heavenly Tao and take control. He doesn't need all of them, he only needs the Myriad Emperor world. The Myriad Emperor world is the destiny center of the lower dimension. So, it should increase his control if he gets his hand on it, Dulgun added. This won't happen, right? Wang Qi asked after figuring out how dangerous the situation was. True heavenly Tao and Mithria should stop him, but now, this possibility has become another variable to the overall situation. Wang Wei sighed, slightly blaming himself. He would have stopped the brilliant Smile Emperor if he had figured this out long before. So, what should we do now? Someone asked. There is nothing we can do currently except for killing these parasites and return the world to its time of prosperity, which will, in turn, strengthen true heavenly Tao, Wang Wei added. What about the brilliant Smile Emperor? What do we do with him? Wang Qi asked. Maybe we can rescue him later, but as of now, he's not our priority, Wang Wei decided. Anything else I need to know? There is good and bad news, Wang Qi said. The good news is Xiao Tiandi will provide you with an invitation to Sun Junyo's banquet, but he wants to meet you first. That's fine. What's the bad news? There is some trouble with the rebellion, Wang Qi explained. They refused to release Zhen Baiyu's contract. Wang Wei frowned. He agreed with Zhen Baiyu that she would report to him now instead of the rebellion. However, it seems these people are refusing to release such an asset. So, they won't give me face, huh? Wang Wei sneered. Contact them immediately. Fine-tune the formation so the person on the other side can feel everything. Wang Wei then ordered his men. Hide your faces but release your auras. Monk, hide your body shape. Wang Qi fetched the formation disc used to contact the rebellion in the secret realms. After modifying it accordingly, he returned it to the meeting room and activated it. On the other side was a middle-aged man in yellow with a straight face and fierce eyes. His visage indicated he was not the kind of person who smiled often. However, as soon as he answered the communication, his complexion faltered as these powerful auras assaulted his senses. What is the meaning of this? Wang Wei did not answer but looked at Wang Qi. Who is he? He's the temporary leader, Empyrean Fierce Tiger, Wang Qi explained. Wasn't our communication with someone called Old Ma? It was, but he suddenly took over after our request. So, internal fighting for power? Wang Wei sneered. They've been without a leader for a couple of thousand years, and they are already crumbling from the inside. No wonder their cause didn't get any traction until I revitalized them with these superb talents. Bold words, said Fierce Tiger, eyes flashing red momentarily. He had calmed down by now and successfully resisted the pressure of everyone else. Of course, he's lucky Wang Wei did not participate in this activity. Are they? Wang Wei finally looked at him. Empyrean Jimin was a capable leader, but your cause did not have much traction or success until I sent my people, blessing you with their tremendous luck and destiny. Now, I ask for a simple request to relinquish control of one of them after I repay what they owe, but this is your response. But your response was not simple, Fierce Tiger responded, trying a softer approach after realizing this person, likely the destined one, had already built such a powerful force in such a short period. Zhen Baiyu's status and situation had made her a valuable asset, maybe above the others. Her role is integral for us to keep tabs on Taoism. That's why I offered to share the information she provides, Wang Wei countered. But here comes the issue. We cannot trust you regarding something of such significance. Who's we? Wang Wei asked. Your entire cause, or your faction that suddenly took power after Emperor Jimin's disappearance? Fierce Tiger could not answer. I've been working fine with them so far, and we've established some level of trust. If you had an issue with complete separation from Zhen Baiyu's contract, you could have talked to me to reach a compromise. Instead, you outright rejected my request. Such a way of behaving tells me a lot about how your moronic faction operates. No need to be rude. We've shown you enough respect. That's because I have a decent power, faction, and destiny on my side. I can tell you how you were about to treat me had I not given you a warning. Wang Wei cut him off. At this point, Fierce Tiger had flames gushing out his eyes due to his anger. Tell me, Wang Wei continued, how many of the people I sent do you think will continue working for you after their contracts end? Especially if I sent the words out of our falling out or the fact I've built a better resistance. How many do you think? 80%? Probably as high as 90, right? Fierce Tiger did not answer. Release the contract or not, Wang Wei continued. But remember that your choice will decide our relationship move forward from now on. Wang Wei waved his hand to end the communication, and he immediately looked at Red Mask. How is your infiltration of the rebellion? Decent. We've infiltrated many lower-tier factions and a few middle-tier ones, Red Mask replied truthfully. Accelerate the speed, Wang Wei ordered. Additionally, find out how many people know about Zhen Baiyu's status as a double spy. I don't trust these bastards not to reveal it out of spite. It will done, Red Mask bowed, disappearing to get started on her task immediately. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1251 The Top 5 Physiques. Author's note. There is a retcon. The Wuji Tao physique was the 5th heavenly physique, but now, it's the 6th. After the debacle with the rebellion, Wang Wei contacted Xiao Tiandi, and they chose a meeting place. However, Wang Wei did not directly head there but detoured to a small temple near the border of Buddhism territory. He ensured no one was around, and he isolated the space before talking to a statue of Mithria. Forgive the intrusion, but I came to warn you of something. I don't know if you are already aware, but I think I should mention it just in case, Wang Wei stated before telling her about the brilliant Smile Emperor and his worry. He waited for a response, but nothing occurred. Wang Wei sighed and was about to live in disappointment when the statue released a golden light for a few seconds before returning to normal. Wang Wei sighed in relief and bowed again before teleporting away. His next destination was a small domain called the Red Plateau Land, situated between the Undead Emperor and 5 Feather Phoenixes territory. This place was an indication of these people's relationship as members of both their factions often clashed on this border. Many outlaws, including the rebellion, have bases on the Red Plateau Land as it was an excellent hiding place and a great way to gather information. Of course, these 2 parasites have cleaned up this place a few times. As such, it was a skill to be able to keep a base in this place as you needed to evade the sudden cleanups. The resentment in this place is intense, Wang Wei noted as he observed this place. Now that I think about it, the overall resentment of the entire Eternal Ascension world should have been much higher. The parasites and the 2 suns killed many people to keep their reign. Additionally, they created a second potent source of resentment by exploiting most of the world's resources, turning the lives of mortals and cultivators into a living hell. Wang Wei raised his head to look at the entire world's destiny. It's indeed odd. The resentment should be noticeable and affect the overall destiny of the whole world, but there is nothing. Did Supreme Unity and Mithria deal with it? Such an explanation does not make sense. Supreme Unity wants the world to be weak, while Mithria does not, meaning such an issue should have been one where they balance each other, thus ensuring nothing was done, which would, in fact, benefit Supreme Unity. Alright, let's add it to the list of things to investigate, Wang Wei thought as he headed to his destination. He soon found himself above a small lake with a pagoda at the center, surrounded by flowers and a rainbow arc above. Since when were you so cultured? Wang Wei commented. You don't know me well enough to make that statement, Xiao Tiandi replied. He wore a luxurious black and purple robe, a gold ornament to hold his bun, and a jade hanging on his waist. His appearance was leagues compared to when Wang Wei last saw him, but more importantly was his eyes, demeanor, and aura. His depressing aura was gone, replaced by a bright, lively young master who loved art and poetry. His eyes were full of life, full of passion, determination, and a sense of duty, a sense of purpose. Xiao Tiandi was a new man in every way possible. Su sure warned me about you, but seeing it in person is somewhat disheartening, Xiao Tiandi commented while smiling wryly. Wang Wei was one of the main catalysts for his change, so he wanted to shock the latter when they next met. He was even prepared to restart the rivalry of the two physiques as a way to motivate him, but Wang Wei was already in the middle stages of the Empyrean realm. I had a feeling that woman was telling my business everywhere. Good to know my instinct was correct, Wang Wei commented as he sat down opposite Xiao Tiandi. Look at you. You're a completely different person, he commented. Xiao Tiandi's current cultivation was 50%, which shows how much he has improved since their last meeting. However, this was not the most promising thing about him, nor was it that he succeeded in achieving a 5-root-9 extremity foundation before proving the Tao. His most impressive achievements were the fact he was a Tao Lord and that he awakened his physique for a second time. Heavenly physiques in the upper and lower dimensions differed in their purpose and the fact that some have an awakening process. Lower dimension physiques are created to cultivate powerful emperors with good Taos, while the top 5 upper dimensions focused on cultivating paragons, while the lower 5 focused on cultivating empyreans. The first physique, the innate Grand Tao Source physique, was one of the few with an awakening process. The first awakening can be achieved after its owner proves the Tao, resulting in an ability called the Grand Tao Map. The map contains a detailed explanation of all 3,800 primary Taos. If the owner of the physique can achieve the third awakening, the map will provide a detailed explanation all the way to 100% of all 3,800 Grand Taos. Technically speaking, the first physique has a lower understanding than the second, but the map makes up for the gap. It could even be argued that they are better because the map was like having an explanation/outline of all Taos created by Grand Tao. On top of that, the physique owner can allow other people to use the map, which is why many factions always do everything possible to acquire people with that physique. Sadly, everything is balanced. Awakening the physique is extremely difficult, especially if you wish to do it above your realm, as Xiao Tiandi did. Many people died in the process of awakening these physiques. Thanks to you, Xiao Tiandi replied while secretly observing Wang Wei. He had finally confirmed something. This bastard was an anomaly born with a soul quantity already reaching the Paragon level. Xiao Tiandi was secretly jealous. The fifth heavenly physique was called the Tao Mind Physique, and there was no awakening, and its owner was born with a terrifying Tao heart and willpower. After a bit of cultivation, they can pass what is arguably the hardest aspect of becoming a paragon, the time-washing tribulation. The fourth physique, Grand Fortune Physique, grants its owner white luck. In other words, the owner is born with a paragon level of luck. The third one is the Prime Essence Physique, and this one is dedicated to inextinguishable paragons. The owner can achieve immortality after absorbing the heaven will instead of being limited to 1 yuan epoch of lifespan like other true power Tao realm. They only need to survive 3,800 tribulations to achieve limit indestructibility, and their will is already fused with their body, thus skipping this step to open the gate of flesh. Of course, they still need to temper their willpower. Then, there is the second physique, the innate Paragon Soul. It grants its owner a Paragon quality soul and makes it easier to cultivate its quantity. Cultivating a Paragon soul can be the most time-consuming aspect of entering the Paragon realm, the most resources required, and arguably the second or third most difficult aspect of the process. He had already met the soul and luck requirement, leaving the cultivation realm, the immeasurable tribulation, and the Tao heart requirement to pass the time-washing heart tribulation, Xiao Tiandi analyzed. From what I know about this bastard, his Tao heart is solid and only needs some time to temper it. In other words, he only needs to reach 90% of his understanding and pass the tribulation, and he'll be a paragon. Meanwhile, Xiao Tiandi did not like the fact he was left behind or the fact Wang Wei was now technically in the same generation as his master due to his cultivation realm. On top of everything else, he wanted to beat this guy up at least once. Yes, Wang Wei helped wake him up from his slumber state, but he did not appreciate the way he went about it. As such, he wanted to show him off before putting everything behind him. But what can I do to accelerate my cultivation? His master was already providing him with the best resources. The other solution was merit, but that's not available in large quantities. He had access to the best time acceleration resource, so unless he found a unique treasure like Emperor Kong, he could do nothing. Chaos Dao, huh? Wang Wei asked. It makes sense. The innate Dao source was perfect for cultivating Chaos Dao. It was probably created for that purpose. Additionally, the physique even allowed its owner to only pass the outlaw trial and not the supreme trial to cultivate Chaos Dao. So, why did you want to see me? Wang Wei asked. Xiao Tiandi did not answer but took out a small mirror and glanced at it. I knew it, he uttered before looking at Wang Wei with a fierce gaze. What's your intention with my master? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1252 Invitation. Wow. What's with the sudden aggression and hostility? Wang Wei asked. When we first thought, I felt you had some kind of connection with my master. At first, I thought I was thinking too much, but now, I just checked, and your destiny resonated with hers, Xiao Tiandi stated with red eyes. She told me about her fate nexus and her fated love. Are you the bastard fate chose for her? So, what if I were? Wang Wei asked calmly. You're not worthy. Oh, do tell me how I'm not worthy of her. Xiao Tiandi opened his mouth to say something but almost choked on the words as he forcefully stopped himself. Wang Wei was handsome, his strength was very high considering his age, his talent reached the top of the world, and his background was amongst the best in the world. By all categories, he was perfect for Sun Junyao. All these facts made Xiao Tiandi speechless. Luckily for him, Wang Wei was hiding his perfect aura. Otherwise, it would be evident that these two were perfect for each other. You're married, Xiao Tiandi suddenly said as if he had found a lifeline at the last possible second. So, Wang Wei replied. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 33 concubines. When it comes to a man of my ability and status, it won't be a problem to have a harem of 3,000 beauties. Bastard, do you think my master is any ordinary woman? I don't know your master, but if all she is going for her is her status as the most beautiful woman in the world, then that is not enough for her to be the only woman in my life. Xiao Tiandi immediately released a terrifying killing intent. Do you want to fight? I'm willing to risk it all. Don't embarrass yourself, Wang Wei waved his hand. Anyway, why do you care so much? He asked, giving him an odd look. Don't look at me like this, Xiao Tiandi grunted. I just want to make sure whoever she ends up with can give her the entire world. That's the minimum she requires. Is that so? Wang Wei uttered. I thought you had confused the maternal feelings you had for your master with love because, throughout your life, she was the only good and constant thing you've ever known. Or maybe, after getting your life together, you became bold and wanted to try your hands at a forbidden fruit. Boom. A terrifying palm with the power of destruction hit Wang Wei. However, a small shield appeared and easily blocked it. He blocked it so thoroughly that nothing in the pavilion was even scratched. Oh, calm down, Wang Wei said as he served himself the tea. How can you be so easily riled up as a Dao Lord? Even if your master is your weakness, you should do a better job at hiding it. Wang Wei sipped his tea. Anyway, it's not like the relationship between master and disciple is considered a true taboo. Besides a few strict factions, usually the ones involving religion, no one cares about this kind of relationship. After living for so long, the morality of cultivators can be described as a thin thread. Even relationships between families are more common than in the mortal world. After all, Tier 10 cultivators could live long enough for their family to have bread for millions of generations. After a certain number of generations, some people just don't care, and that's not mentioning the ones who try to keep their bloodline pure through devious techniques and intermarriage. Xiao Tiandi exhaled to calm down. Answer my question, he asked. No, demanded. What's your intention with my master? Wang Wei ignored his rude attitude and said, I have no intention. I must meet her to break the fate nexus, and that's what I will do. That's it. Pretty much. You're not tempted at all? Like I said, if beauty is all she has, that is not enough for me to care, Wang Wei stated. And as you said, I have a wife, and she's the only one for me. Xiao Tiandi looked at him closely. My intuition tells me you're telling the truth, but my mind cannot believe your words. That's because you're biased, Wang Wei replied. You've put her on a pedestal, so you cannot fathom any men rejecting the opportunity to get with her. However, the world is vast, so although I'm in the minority, I'm sure there are many others. That's because you haven't seen her yet, Xiao Tiandi rebutted. He knew his master was the kind of beauty that transcends gender, race, or species. You don't know me, Wang Wei said. I despise fate, so I would never willingly let it decide things for me, except for my wife. She was, and will always be, the only exception. So, it does not matter how wonderful your master is. Just because she was chosen for me made it impossible for us ever to be together. That's an odd way of life, Xiao Tiandi commented. If he accepted it once, why not do it a second time? However, he could understand this kind of determination and spirit of defiance. I believe you, Xiao Tiandi stated before summoning a golden invitation and handing it to Wang Wei. The celebration will take place in the ubiquitous hot spring domain. That's where everyone will gather before our palace descents, and the guests can enter. Wang Wei recollected his knowledge of the area. It's a strange place where hot springs will manifest suddenly, many in different dimensions. The hot springs are relaxing, but more importantly, many have special effects, including helping cultivate the soul and body and granting special abilities/talents. I'll be there in time, Wang Wei nodded as he put the invitation away. By the way, how is your time in the rebellion? It's all right. It gave me a sense of purpose and I couldn't ask for anything more. Your presence didn't affect your master? Not that I can tell, Xiao Tiandi replied. Anyway, it was her who encouraged me to do it, stating she would deal with the trouble that came with it. That's good to hear, Wang Wei nodded. What do you think of them? Them? Xiao Tiandi took a moment to organize his thoughts. Their leader, Empyrean Jimin, is a talented individual. However, he made a grave error when organizing the rebellion. He did not centralize power and recruited too many people, creating a situation where so many factions vie for power. Xiao Tiandi squinted. I reckon it was not a mistake, but he did it purposefully. Oh. After analyzing everything he's done so far, I deduce that his ultimate goal is not the rebellion or the end of this era, but to use the rebellion's name to build his own faction, Xiao Tiandi stated. He's that ambitious? More than you think. If my analysis is correct, his disappearance is because he's trying to enter the Paragon realm. If he succeeds, it will be easier for him to control all the resistance, especially since he already has the majority of control, Wang Wei commented. That should have been his long-term goal from the start, Xiao Tiandi agreed. Wang Wei tapped on the tea table as he pondered. His mind was on the verge of catching something. In the current situation, where would I hide to break through? He asked himself, and the answer was simple. There were 3 possible situations. The first is the source chi space, but the volatile nature of that setting means it could affect the immeasurable tribulation, thus raising the difficulty exponentially. The second option was the forbidden place of the eternal ascension world, but after the 2 suns took over, these places ceased to exist or disappeared from the face of the earth. That left the last and best solution, the Lawless Zone. Its power will not affect the breakthrough since the tribulation originated from true heavenly Tao. Additionally, if someone else tries to interfere, their strength would be limited to the Empyrean realm, making it an ideal place in case the parasites tried to interfere. So, Empyrean Jimin is hiding in the Lawless Zone? But why haven't I found him? Come to think of it, I also haven't found the crazy thief gang lord. Could they be related? Could they be the same person? Wang Wei's body suddenly paused as this thought flashed in his mind. At first, he thought he was reaching, but something told him to take a moment and pursue this line of thought for a moment. When I first met him, I thought his name was associated with nimbleness, which could indicate his Tao was related to assassination, Wang Wei analyzed. And the information I've gathered so far proves that to be the case. No one knew exactly what the leader's Tao was, but everyone knew he was a master assassin who rarely failed. However, it could also apply to a Tao related to thievery. It's also suspicious how they both retreated around the same time, especially when my information indicated that the gang lord's cultivation was near the peak of Tier 11. Wang Wei realized his deduction was a stretch, but his guts told him he was onto something. Empyrean Jimin was either the same person as the crazy thief gang lord, or they were connected somehow. Regardless, he was prepared to investigate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1253 Relife Iron. Wang Wei stopped thinking and sipped his tea. Done? Xiao Tiandi asked. Sorry about that. I understand, Xiao Tiandi nodded. He knew it was best to let his thoughts flow naturally when he got these sudden inspirations. So, what have you been up to? You know, preparing for the future, Wang Wei replied vaguely. Is the Tao opening sect prepared to give you full support to fulfill your destiny? Why do you want to know? Wang Wei asked him. So, I was right. You're trying to keep them out of it, Xiao Tiandi said with a smirk. You know, I preferred you when you were silent and depressed. That's a low blow. I can go lower if you continue to test me, Wang Wei said, looking him calmly in the eyes. Xiao Tiandi sighed before standing up. Well, this was fun. Let's do it again another time. His body turned into a field of flowers as he flew into the sky, and his voice echoed, I once walked a lonely path, but now it is illuminated by a flower that symbolizes beauty and wrath, a flower that I will go to any length to protect its laugh, including living my life in bloodbath. And I spent so much time trying to write this poem. I should have just used AI. Wang Wei's lips twitched. What is this? Could it be that Sun Junyao is so beautiful that it made this bastard turn into a poet? He shook his head before flying away. He did not leave but looked around this place, thinking of sending his guard to this place to gather information. Wang Wei flew to the place in this territory with the most condensed destiny and also where most of the chaos occurs. Snow Sky City is where most events would happen, so it was the best place to create a branch. He might even extend the missions of his changing fate hall to this location. This city was enormous, as are most things in the upper dimension. However, this was not the most unique part of this place. As soon as Wang Wei arrived, he caught people's attention for one reason. He wore ordinary clothes while almost everyone else had a fur coat on. Snow Sky City was built long ago on top of Celestial Ice Crystal Mine, causing the temperature to be extremely low. Celestial Ice Crystal is a top-tier 11 material, and if enough is concentrated on an area, even an Emperia, a conceptual being, can freeze to death. In Snow Sky City, not wearing a specially made coat meant your clothes were top-tier artifacts that could resist the temperature, or you were powerful enough to ignore the cold. Wang Wei blended with a small group and changed his clothes to resemble everyone else. As he walked around the city and observed, he recalled what he knew about it. Snow Sky City used to be the property of the Skill Dao Association. They used the celestial ice crystal to make weapons, talismans, pills, etc. However, this place became the property of Undead Phoenix and Five Feathers, but the dispute might have originated from how to share the resources. Or the dispute might have been over something else, but it resulted in their fight spilling over the mine distribution of celestial ice crystal. So many resources, but most of them are wasted, Wang Wei sighed. The parasites killed most of the professional Dao paragons, meaning that they could not refine resources on that level. Wang Wei guessed that Mithria and Supreme Unity might have allowed them to keep a few, but that is unlikely since the creation of some Paragon pill, depending on the type, could cause severe vision and affect the entire world, which is what they wanted to prevent. Additionally, these parasites, maybe except Time Eater, were not brave enough to keep another Paragon close to their side. As such, the best they could do was keep a rare insurgent Dao monarch that could refine Paragon grade, or close to that, artifacts, pills, talismans, etc. As Wang Wei was walking around the city, he heard something that caught his interest. "Are you serious?" said a female Dao ruler. "Yes. I just heard the news. The Purple Lotus Actial Hall released the news that the next auction will contain real-life iron," said her companion, an immortal sovereign. "Shoo, don't say so loud," warned the woman. "But they are so bold to announce selling such a thing? It's probably because it's only second tier, but there is a rumor going around that they have third-tier real-life iron, but it will only be sold in a secret auction. Rumors are rumors after all." "So, you don't think it's true?" "So what if it is?" the woman asked. "Do you think this is the kind of stuff we can interfere with?" "I know. I'm mentioning it to convince you to attend the auction. There might be some good stuff there." "I smell trouble, so we should stay far away," the woman replied. "You play it too safe," her partner countered. "That's fine and all, but if that is how we were going to operate, what was the point of coming to such a dangerous place? There is a fine line between benefiting from danger and being swallowed by it. I feel this is one of the cases where we might get swallowed, so listen to me and stay away from that auction." All right, I'll listen to you," the man sighed. "Real-life iron?" Wang Wei thought with squinted eyes. This is another rare resource with many uses, the most important being the nemesis of longevity resources. Initially, this thing was used by people without access to a Dao will to kill emperors and above. They would seal the body in prisons built from real-life iron, preventing the emperor from reviving. The prison also made it easier to wash away the dead Buddhist Dao imprint. Later, real-life iron was further developed into the real-life talisman, which can force someone with an extra life to revive directly in front of anyone who killed them. In other words, people would use the talisman to force people with extra lives to revive before them to kill them again, ensuring they are truly dead. The parasites outlawed real-life iron. Although they only reinforce the rules when the third-tier ones are discovered, their subordinate does reinforce the rest of this rule, Wang Wei thought. So, why are those people so blatantly selling it? He was intrigued, so he participated in this banquet. He had to wait 6 months but decided to take a small vacation. Wang Wei bought a VIP lounge for the auction, but he also complained the price was too much. The receptionist explained that the price was due to the nature of what was being sold. However, he still felt it was needlessly pricey. On the day of the auction, he waited and observed. The announcer/hostess was a beautiful woman with a goth vibe. She wore dark purple lipstick, long black nails, and a revealing winter fox coat. Why would a coat be revealing? No one knows, but that's how she was dressed, and the audience seemed to love it. The first item was surprisingly grade 7, meaning it was for people of void-shattering realm. Then, it slowly increased until grade 10, when Wang Wei finally bought something. He fetched 3 of the 5 heaven wills they were selling. He did not fight for the remaining 2 because the people who wanted it seemed desperate, so despite the fact he could outbid them, he let it go, considering granting these 2 some blessing. After his bid, someone brought him his things and he paid. The process was simple and direct. As he held the heaven will, Wang Wei could not help but sigh. These things are fought after in the lower dimension, with everyone lusting and willing to do everything for one of them. However, in the upper dimension, it is a commodity, albeit rare, but still a commodity. Wang Wei did not buy anything more, as even the things in the Tier 11 section did not interest him. Then, it was the last object of the auction. The hostess waited a few seconds for someone to bring it out, but no one cared. Apologies, everyone, it seems there might be some issue. Give me a moment to resolve everything, the hostess announced as she bowed. To compensate for this blunder, everyone here will receive a 5% discount in all future auctions. The crowd erupted in murmur, and the auctioneer walked behind the curtain, returning about 3 minutes later with the item floating behind her. Now, let's move on, she said, removing the red cover, showing black rock with white stripes running in a circular pattern. Countless divine senses checked this thing to ensure it was the real deal, and the auction allowed it since this was an unwritten rule of the auction business. You all know this thing's value, so I won't repeat it, the auctioneer said. For the starting bid. She paused for dramatic purposes and to build suspense. Your life, she said in a severe tone, her eyes full of disdain and killing intent as expected, Wang Wei thought. A barrier suddenly surrounded the auction, and 2 armies wearing phoenix-designed armor rushed into the place and immediately attacked everyone present. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1254 The Mortalhood Trial, and Su Junyao is changed to Sun Junyao to differentiate her last name from Su Shi. The chaos erupted. Lights, weapons, and transformations flashed everywhere in the auction. However, it was evident that the army had the advantage as they captured most of the participants instead of killing them. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was the only one calm and still sitting down. Someone busted into his room and looked around, including past him, but saw nothing. Then, the person left in confusion. As soon as the trouble started, he used his time Dao to enter, or maybe create, a parallel spacetime similar to the mirror dimension so he could see and interact with everyone else, but they couldn't do the same to him. Well, I might as well get something out of this, he thought. Wang Wei did not leave but went directly to the auction's treasury. These people were confident in themselves, probably thinking that no one would be brave enough to steal from them, so their protective measures were mediocre, to say the least. Wang Wei stole everything, including a small amount of real-life iron, probably enough to make 1 or 2 talismans. The problem now is where to find someone to make it for him. He doubted the flame blacksmith could refine talismans since his expertise lay in weapons. As Wang Wei was about to leave this facade, he sensed a powerful person in one of the rooms, which he learned was where the auction's manager lived. So, he decided to take a look. He passed through the door and saw 2 people staring at each other. To be precise, a beautiful woman with a phoenix headdress and red hanfu glared at a man looking at the floor while trying to make himself as small as possible. The mighty person he sensed was the phoenix woman, as her cultivation was the peak of the Empyrean realm, and she was close to opening the gate of power. Well, she asked. I really didn't know it was a fake. You keep saying that, but do you think this is good enough? Lady White Phoenix, even you were almost fooled by this fake. What can someone as lowly as me do in such a situation? White Phoenix looked at this fake third-tier real-life iron on her left hand. It was indeed an excellent fake, and if not for her unique ocular prowess, the heavenly phoenix eye, she would have missed it. Your excuse is good, but it's not enough, White Phoenix declared. This operation was supposed to lure these ridiculous rebels and maybe even some excellent fishes, but you ruin it. According to the plan, they wanted to use the excuse that the price the iron sold was not to their liking, so they would delay this auction by another month, all in the hope of the news traveling far and luring some important individual. Sadly, this plan failed once they realized someone had stolen the real thing, leaving a fake. You should have listened to my advice, postponed the operation, and bought a new iron, the manager complained. He suddenly felt a surge of strength and looked her in the eyes. Do you think it was easy to put this operation together? Lady White Phoenix snapped. She knew how much effort she put into convincing these people to lend her this iron without someone labeling her a traitor. Forget about continuing the operation, and she will be in major trouble after returning home. She might even be executed. The manager's body trembled, and he quickly lowered his head. White Phoenix looked at him fiercely, contemplating whether to kill this imbecile directly. No, the action and this imbecile works for Sister Red Phoenix, so I can also put some of the blame on her and reduce my fault in all of this. White Phoenix's mood suddenly improved, but she showed no emotions. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was surprised by this news. Who could be responsible for this theft? The resistance? No, my guard should have sent notes of such vital information, Wang Wei thought. Is there an excellent thief in this area? Another event related to thievery. He shook his head before focusing on this woman. White Phoenix, one of the primary subordinates under the 5-feather phoenix. What should I do with her? Kill her now? Or turn her into a pawn to use later? He considered briefly before deciding to make better use of her. So, he blew an invisible gray mist into her body. White Phoenix suddenly reacted and turned to look in his direction. She frowned as she saw nothing, so her eyes turned into phoenixes before she looked at every corner of the room. Am I too sensitive? She pondered. She checked a second time with the same result. It seems I am. She turned around and started using her divine sense to check the situation. Another talent wasted, Wang Wei thought as he looked at her with pity. The fact that White Phoenix detected his actions proved she was talented, especially in the detection category. Sadly, she can never fulfill her potential because of who she serves. There is also the fact he might have to kill such a talent. Wang Wei left the room, but he did not leave the auction. Of course, he had his reason. He feared breaking through their formation might warn White Phoenix of someone capable of breaking their array. And if someone can do that, that person can also spy on her. Wang Wei did not want to alert her in any way possible, so he waited until the operation ended and the auction lifted their formation before he left. He returned to the Dao burial ground and immediately started researching any connection between Empyrean Jimin and the crazy thief gang lord. He also asked Red Mask Fate to send the next batch of trained guards to the Red Plateau land, even tasking her to look for a talented individual with the Dao of theft. Heavenly Beauty Palace. Sun Junyao, with a veil covering most of her face, sat on a cushion with a large scroll in her hand. The scroll's content kept changing as she read, and she mulled over every word. Once in a while, after reading the content, Sun Junyao would wave in the air to send information talismans to different places throughout the palace. She had one of the best intelligence agencies in the world, and she built it simply because of her beauty. Many men and women in the world are willing to tell her any secrets just for the chance to get close to her. And this closeness doesn't have to be something excessive. Most of them are happy as long as she writes a letter to them, or some tell her their deepest secrets as long as she acknowledges their presence. Everything is prepared perfectly, Sun Junyao pondered, and with a thought, the scroll disappeared. At the same time, a spatial wave spread into the room, and Xiao Tiandi appeared in the room. You're back, Sun Junyao said. How did it go? It was fine. So, who was this friend you went to see? It was the asshole from the lower dimension I talked about. Oh, what did you talk about? He wanted an invitation to your celebration? So, your friend is also intrigued by my beauty? Sun Junyao asked with a playful voice. Something like that. Is something wrong? Sun Junyao asked. Master, is there a way for me to become an Empyrean in like a few Yuan epochs? What's gotten into him? Sun Junyao thought. How few are we talking about? Let's say, less than 1,000, no, less than 500 Yuan epochs. Are you crazy? I'm serious. Xiao Tiandi has been thinking about this on his way here, and he could not think of a solution other than gathering merit. He could try to awaken his physique a third time, which would boost his cultivation speed, but the chances of succeeding were astronomical low. From the records, only one person in the Eternal Ascension world achieved a third physique awakening while an emperor, but the record stated clearly this person was extremely lucky to have survived. Sun Junyao looked at him intently. What did your friend say to make you act like this? That's not important right now, Xiao Tiandi replied. So, do you know of a way? I can only think of the Mortalhood trial, but that might as well be a myth, Sun Junyao replied. What is it? It's a trial for immortals in which they sacrifice their eternal life for an exponential boost in cultivation speed. The participant will have a limited lifespan based on their cultivation realm, and if they cannot get through to the next stage before time runs out, they die permanently. Just like true power realm body refiners, Xiao Tiandi thought. And it's true death? That's correct, Sun Junyao said. Being an eternal or other cannot save someone who enters that trial. How do I get into that trial? As I said, it might as well be a myth, Sun Junyao replied. The trial is not something that originated from our world, but from primordial chaos. No one knows, or I should say, I don't know the criteria for it to appear in any world. The last time it appeared in our world was before the Golden Era. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1255 The Frontiers Situation. Xiao Tiandi frowned, thinking about this trial. Don't worry too much about it, Sun Junyao said. You're a person with a great destiny. Who knows? It might appear now that you have such an intense desire for it. She did not want her disciple to revert to his former self because of this small inconvenience, so Sun Junyao chose to give false hope. Technically speaking, it was not false hope since she did not know the exact requirements for the trial. For all she knew, it appeared when someone of great destiny required it or during a time of chaos and strife, just like the current era. Destiny? Xiao Tiandi muttered as an idea flashed in his mind. Could we summon it? That's an idea, but how would we go about that? You remember your history lesson of the Second Origin War? Xiao Tiandi stated. You said that Paragon Xuan started a war to gather a tremendous amount of luck and destiny to summon the ultimate taboo. Couldn't we use his method to summon this trial? That might work, Sun Junyao nodded. However, the destiny. I know mine alone is not enough, but we can contact Empyrean Kong and many other talented individuals, Xiao Tiandi persuaded. I'm sure many of the people in the same generation as. Well, my point is that many people would not pass off such an opportunity in this current climate. Sun Junyao noticed how odd he behaved regarding this so-called friend, but she did not pry. They were very close. If her disciple did not tell him, he must have his reasons. That's one part of the problem, Sun Junyao sighed. How would we get such an important thing from the Dao opening sect? I can ask them, but I doubt they will give me face regarding this matter. We don't need the complete method. No, we don't even need to be the ones to summon the trial, Xiao Tiandi persuaded. I'm sure the Dao opening sect would benefit from such an event. In other words, we only need to persuade them. Xiao Tiandi was confident in this plan because the Dao opening sect had a high chance of agreeing because of Wang Wei. Although he would prefer for that bastard not to enjoy such benefit, he knew it was impossible not to include. Regardless, the trial should somewhat reduce the gap between them, especially since he can achieve a third awakening after becoming an Empyrean. It seems you've thought of everything, Sun Junyao said with a smile. Luckily, she hid her face, or the entire room would be illuminated. However, despite this protection, Xiao Tiandi already thought of 100 poems describing the fleeting smile. Excellent. I'll contact them immediately, Sun Junyao said. Such a trial could also benefit her. No, inviting them to my celebration and asking in person would be better. If so, I can't send just anyone to give the invitation. I'll go. Yes, you're my direct disciple, and what better person to represent me, Sun Junyao nodded. Go right now. No, change into something more presentable. You should also bring gifts. No problem, Xiao Tiandi stated. By the way, is the trial also useful for paragons? No. You must leave after becoming a paragon. That's good to hear, Xiao Tiandi sighed. If those people could also use the trial, the current situation would worsen to a terrifying level. He walked out of the room, heading to his quarters to change. Wait, Sun Junyao yelled. What about the thing I asked you to fetch? Oh, I almost forgot, Xiao Tiandi replied. He did not turn around but threw a space ring over his head, which landed perfectly on Sun Junyao's hands. Rude, she complained. Nothing went wrong? Nope, everything was fine. Eternal Ascension World, Primordial Chaos. A blood-red dragon fought a cultivator with a flying sword. The dragon had countless blood marks on its body. His scales were destroyed or slashed in different parts of his body. From their auras, the swordsman was obviously more powerful than the dragon. However, the supposed divine creature had its power boosted by a potent array. The swordsman tried to remove the array, which was the source of his opponent's strength. However, he had to give up this foolish thought as he realized he would have to destroy the Eternal Ascension World to remove the array. Sadly, he did not have such power, so he could grit his teeth and curse whoever created such a brilliant formation. The swordsman suddenly sensed people rushing toward him. He knew this raid had failed, and if he stayed here, he would probably be exiled to some dangerous area of the Source Chi space or lost in time through the River of Time. He took one last look at the dragon before flying away. This was far from over. The Chaos Universe was about to experience another turmoil similar to the Second War Origin, and the Eternal Ascension World might be the key to knowing what will happen. Better yet, they might be the key to ensuring maximum benefit. The top powers have yet to show up, only observing in the shadows and using people like this swordsman as pawns. However, sooner or later, they will be tired of observing and taking action. The dragon waited until he could not sense anything before turning into a tall, muscular man about 2.8 meters in height, with 2 red dragon horns and a loose robe showing his upper body. When will this end? Blood Dragon complained. As he was about to turn around, he suddenly felt a terrifying pain in his chest. Why now of all time? He thought. However, despite the intense pain, his complexion did not change. Blood Dragon, what are you doing? Are you injured? Asked a beautiful voice. I'm fine. Is that so? Well, we're having a meeting. It'll be right there, Blood Dragon. He secretly teleported a few pills from his pocket dimension directly into his stomach, and a few seconds later, he could move. He flew into a pavilion floating right outside the Eternal Ascension World, which resembled a colossal egg from the point of view of primordial chaos. Everyone was at the meeting, sitting on thrones around a circular table. Well, everyone except for the disaster Paragon and the twin flower monk. This can't go on like this, Time Eater immediately stated after everyone arrived and took a seat at their position. Someone must be chosen to return home and cultivate a few paragons to aid us. We've had this conversation countless times, so why waste time? Five Feather asked. Everyone wants to be the one to return, so how do we decide? I'm putting my foot down this time, Time Eater announced. I'll be the one to return, and I won't take no for an answer. He released his aura, suppressing all the others in the room. Watch your tongue, warned Seven Cauldron. If anyone here should return, it's rightfully me. Unfortunately for you, I no longer care about your special identity, Time Eater replied, even releasing a slight killing intent. You. Do it, and it'll burn everything down, Undead Phoenix said. It'll either open the formation and allow these people entry or run away and sell all your information. You wouldn't dare, Time Eater growled. Try me, Undead Phoenix replied before looking at Five Feather. I might even find someone willing to kill this bitch for me. Bold words, Five Feather replied, releasing her own killing intent. Can we even return? The Earth Emperor asked calmly. Their orders were to protect the world at all costs. Would they consider our return an act of treason? The room was momentarily quiet until Time Eater spoke. We're only doing so to better accomplish our given task. Will they care? The Earth Emperor rebutted. His words again plunged the room into silence. Let's not talk about such pointless speculation, Earth Emperor continued. How about we summon people here instead of fetching them? They can become a paragon here, and the problem will be solved. As long as we each get to pick someone, I'm fine with this idea, Five Feather added, and soon everyone agreed. You make it sound simple, but have you considered the implications? Time Eater sneered at these idiots. We can hide these people for the most part, but what about when they have to undergo the immemorial tribulation? He pointed outside. Do you think these people are stupid? They won't guess what we're trying to do and stop us. You're right, but this is the best compromise we can come up with, the Earth Emperor replied. We can deal with these people's reactions when the time comes. At worst, we will send our people to the Source Chi space to pass the tribulation. Time Eater looked at the Earth Emperor in the eyes, and the latter did not lunch. Xuan did not know why Time Eater desperately wanted to return home but knew he needed to stop it at all costs. Fine. Let's discuss how many people to summon and how to choose. This discussion did not last long as everybody agreed on one person, and it had to be someone they trusted or could easily control. Once the decision was made, everyone scattered to their rooms for the summon. Meanwhile, the quiet blood dragon had a glint in his eyes as he calmly returned to his quarters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1256 Special Guest Blood Dragon walked inside his quarter, and another dragon waited for him. The dragon was much older and looked human, with 2 black dragon horns. However, he also dressed more formally. Lord Aoing, what is the result? Blood Dragon asked as he sat around a small table with a gourd. He opened it and chugged the entire content. According to my investigation, you're the only one Lady Sun Junyao invited to her celebration, Aoing reported. And you're sure? I've done my best, and as far as our intelligence goes, none of the other factions seems to have a personal invitation from her. Good, 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 Blood Dragon repeated 3 times, his voice echoing in the room. Luckily, there was a sound-insulating array. I haven't heard such good news in a while. Lord, how will you attend the celebration without being noticed? Blood Dragon looked at him. I guess you should be a part of this plan in case something goes wrong. Come with me. He waved his hand to summon a portal before walking in. On the opposite side was a blood pool with a blood cocoon at the center. This clone, which has inherited more than 99% of my strength, will take my place in this hellhole. Sir, did you use your blood clone ability? But you know doing so will aggravate. It's fine, Blood Dragon stopped him, and Aoing sighed. Well, that's one part of the problem, the elderly dragon continued. What about the other part? How are you going to return home without them noticing? I'll be using this, Blood Dragon replied before showing him a yellow paper with a character drawn at the center. Interestingly, the character is a dragon, and it seems to be alive upon closer observation. The ancestral dragon talisman, Aoing said in shock. That's right, Blood Dragon replied with a smile. Ancestral Dragon is a title granted to primal Paragon dragons, and this particular talisman was one of the dragon race's treasures from even before the Golden Era. But, Aoing was speechless. This talisman is a treasure considered as a foundation for the dragon race. It is one of the few treasures that Blood Dragon took after his rebellion, while the others were hidden from him. But even after taking this talisman, he could not use it normally and had to sacrifice trillions of lives for an opportunity to activate it once. Lord, this talisman was your way out once this era ends, Aoing swiftly said. Why are you wasting it? What do you mean by waste? Blood Dragon asked, his bright smile replaced by slight gloom. Don't you understand what it means for her only to invite me? It means that out of that gloomy bastard undead, the boring and prideful Shu Ren, and the scheming Time Eater, she chose the fearless and valiant me. How can a mere talisman be compared to her? In fact, I might tell just to show her how much I appreciate her. Aoing wanted to tell him that no woman, no matter how beautiful, was worth the value of that talisman. However, he's been with the young master since he was a baby and knows his temper. He would only get a scolding and might even lose some trust in the process. I knew I should have assassinated her when he first showed interest, Aoing thought. Sadly, it was now too late. Aoing sighed in his resignation. He suddenly felt he had aged mentally by an exponential amount. Do as you wish, he said. But young master, don't forget you promised me you would not die before me. After saying these words, Aoing walked out of this dimension, his shoulders lowered than they had ever been. Blood Dragon shook his head. Ao Ing was a trusted subordinate who had been with him since birth. However, he had a significant flaw. He was too reserved. Cautions took precedence over everything he did, usually to the detriment of whatever Blood Dragon wished to accomplish. Blood Dragon looked at the cocoon and the talisman, and he smiled. He returned to his quarters in the best mood since a few thousand Yuan epochs. Dao Burial Ground. Wang Wei looked over a lot of documents and information, trying to connect Empyrean Jimin with the crazy thief gang lord. However, the result was abysmal. By all accounts, they were two people with different stories, lives, interests, hobbies, and personalities. As far as he could tell, they've never interacted, and there is no connection between them. Ultimately, Wang Wei had to admit this might have been a wild goose chase and gave up. Luckily for him, Wang Qi brought him some good news that diverted his mind from this small failure. The rebellion accepted his proposition and handed over Zhen Baiyu's contract. However, they also asked that Wang Wei share the information gathered from her, and he agreed. Of course, he did not try these people and could choose what information to give them. Red Mask Fate then brought him even more good news. They've identified two other individuals besides Fierce Tear, who knew of Zhen Baiyu's situation, one of whom was Old Ma. She wanted to know what to do with them or the others, if there were any. Wang Wei told her to kill everyone else except for Old Ma. He still wanted to preserve his relationship with Empyrean Jimin if possible. After dealing with these affairs, Wang Wei entered seclusion. He had some time before the celebration and decided to improve himself. However, the time until the celebration was short, so he needed to choose what to focus on. My main priority should be to condense a true 11th Revolution bloodline by turning its capabilities from active to passive, and it should help to lay the foundation for entering the taboo realm. Then, if I have time, I can improve all my techniques so that I don't suffer with much older opponents, and if I have time, Wang Wei thought. After outlining a basic plan, he immediately started. Wang Wei fired out his time acceleration array, which was created with his Time Dao and Flame Blacksmith's shallow knowledge about array, to the limit before using Monk's Supreme Chaos Treasure, the battle arena, to help him improve on his version of the Fiend God Body 12 Revolutions. The creation or improvement of this technique was the easy part. What came next was the true challenge, the Bloodline Tribulation. Wang Wei's limit indestructibility should have made this process a piece of cake, but Heavenly Dao had something else planned. His tribulation was essentially a slightly weaker version of the Paragon Tribulation, meaning Wang Wei came close to death. It did not help that Heavenly Dao, no, Grand Dao, prevented him from using his tenfold battle realm for the tribulation, meaning Wang Wei had to rely on his 78% cultivation and his flesh on the third heaven of the adult fiend god realm. Phew, that was something Wang Wei exhaled. Let's test this out. He summoned the physical manifestation of nothingness, which materialized as a large empty scroll floating above his head. It's working, Wang Wei thought. He could feel his body passively absorbing this power, and if he closed his eyes, he could confront nothingness itself to temper his willpower. He closed his eyes to check on his nothingness wheel. The thing had grown from the size of an egg to the size of a tennis ball. However, despite this tiny improvement, Wang Wei smiled. He could tell the wheel was passively absorbing power from his bloodline, which was enough to put a smile on his face. The day when this thing is big enough, he will break his limits and achieve battle strength on par with the top of this world. Hopefully, this day will not be far away. Wang Wei focused on the other changes of his breakthrough. I'm still in the third heaven, but I've entered the initial stage of body-will fusion. Body-will fusion had 4 stages: initial, middle, advanced, and perfection. Wang Wei had just started. Meanwhile, Monk was almost finished. The last part is the Wang clan bloodline, Wang Wei thought. The next step should be to allow his clan members to benefit from the fruit of his labors. However, he decided against it. Any sudden change in the bloodline is easy to notice in the current situation, Wang Wei analyzed. Plus, it may be better to wait until someone finishes the 10th revolution and becomes an indestructible Empyrean before getting access to the benefits of the 11th revolution. I should encourage them to make their version of the 11th revolution. Wang Wei left the source chi space to return to the Dao burial ground to continue his retreat. Monk's artifact worked better than anticipated, so he had plenty of time to improve his techniques. Time passed, and it was finally time for Sun Junyo's celebration. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1257 Odd meeting. Wang Wei walked out of the cultivation room, and Wang Qi came to see him. However, Wang Wei could tell this was just a clone, and he knew the fact that the real one had entered seclusion. "Why do you seem stressed out?" Wang Wei asked. "I haven't figured out what gift to bring to the celebration," Wang Qi said. "That's what's gotten so you riled up? You should take this seriously. On such a grand occasion, we must bring the appropriate gift, or we will lose a lot of face. It's not like I'm going as my real identity, so it doesn't matter as much as you think. But, aren't you going to meet Lady Sun Junyao in person? Since it's your first meeting, you should bring a worthy gift." "It's fine since I already prepared the perfect gift. Please don't say something as stupid that your presence is the best gift," Wang Qi warned, making Wang Wei speechless. "I was going to say that as a joke, but now, you've ruined it. Patriarch, this is a serious matter." "I know," Wang Wei waved his hand. "So, what gift did you prepare?" "You're persistent, aren't you? It's one of my best qualities." Wang Wei sighed and told him the gift he had prepared. He even summoned it to show him. "It's indeed perfect for her," Wang Qi said, and Wang Wei rolled his eyes. "However, wouldn't it be better to refine it into something else? Maybe a hairpin, bracelet, or a mirror?" "Oh, I forgot she hates mirrors." "She does. It's a known fact," Wang Qi explained before handing Wang Wei all the information he had gathered about Sun Junyao, and it indeed stated that she would return any mirror she received as gifts and even publicly admitting to not liking them. "The most beautiful woman in the world doesn't like to look in the mirror?" Wang Wei muttered. "I had the same reaction after finding out," Wang Qi added. "Do you think she doesn't like what she sees? Or she's afraid of falling in love with herself?" Wang Wei joked as he thought about the Greek myth about the man named Narcissus. "Is that possible? Stranger things have happened." "True," Wang Qi nodded before changing the topic. "Did you prepare a gift for the first meeting with the madam?" "That's not necessary." "But, I don't want to complicate our first meeting," Wang Wei stopped him. "So, there is no need for any gifts or grand gestures. We only need to talk." "Maybe you have a point." Wang Qi did not bring up this topic again. "Did anything special happen during my absence?" "No, everything was calm. Everyone seems to be waiting for the celebration." "Including them?" "Yes, including them. I expect the men's faction to behave in such a way, but I thought someone like Five Feather would be jealous of Sun Junyo's beauty and make trouble," Wang Wei commented. "That might still happen at the celebration," Wang Qi added. However, knowing that her actions might turn everyone against her, she might restrain herself. "I hope she doesn't, as that would make things more interesting," Wang Wei sneered. "Where is Red Mask?" "I'm here." She appeared in the room, kneeling on one knee. "Anything to report?" "I've assassinated Fierce Tiger and anyone who knew about Zhenbiu except the one called Old Ma," she reported. "Good work," Wang Wei praised. He did not ask how she did it as long as she did. "What is the reaction?" "I've made it look like a retaliation for one of their previous missions against the Great Chu dynasty," Red Mask responded. "And since then, they've become more cautious." "Did they enact a new leader?" "No, they are still fighting to decide." "I guess I shouldn't have expected anything else." Wang Wei shook his head in disappointment. His current plan for the rebellion is to replace their members with his Fate Shadow Guard and take control from the inside. Then, when Empyrean Jimin returns, he will decide their ultimate fate based on how he returns. If he succeeds in becoming a Paragon, Wang Wei will remove most of his people, leaving the minimum number to gather information. Then, he will continue a cooperative relationship with them. If he returns as an Empyrean, then Wang Wei will take over their operation and force Empyrean Jimin to serve under him. The best course would probably be for him to die, but Wang Wei also felt it was a waste for such a talent to die so suddenly. Wang Wei checked on his team and the changing fate hall. He became a handsome young man wearing a black inner shirt, a floating white robe, and a handheld fan that added a scholarly aura to his demeanor. Anyone who saw him would think he was the kind of person who could recite poems on the spot. Given how Xiao Tiandi turned out, she should find this appearance approachable, Wang Wei thought. He then finally teleported to the ubiquitous hot spring world. As soon as he arrived at his designation, he noticed two things. Firstly, there were so many people. This place used to be a popular entertainment spot, so it was normal for it to be lively. However, it was on a different scale now that so many people worldwide arrived for the celebration. The second thing he noticed was the abnormal amount of destiny condensed in this place. His eyes could see an invisible dragon swimming above the sky on a golden lake. Something is definitely going to happen in this celebration, Wang Wei analyzed. And it will be major. He tried divining the truth but only discovered something easy to guess. Sun Junyao would be at the center of everything. Since faith fails, let's try to look into the future, Wang Wei thought. His eyes then reflected the river of time as he tried to peep at the mystery of tomorrow. It's useless even if you use time Dao, said a soft-spoken voice. The celebration is a critical node in history, a time nexus, if you will, so the future is not set, well, at least for us who have not escaped the shackles of time. This voice was correct. In Wang Wei's eyes, the future was an entangled ball of threads, each representing a different possibility. There were so many of them that even his mind could only peep at a fraction. On top of everything, the lines he could see were blurred. He turned around to see who had spoken. It was an elderly man with white hair and a white goatee dressed in a plain black robe. However, the man had a charm of mystery about him, which was accentuated by the fact that he was blind with gray eyes. And who are you? People called me Old Man Tianji. It's a pleasure to meet you, the destined one. Of course they do, Wang Wei thought to himself, rolling his eyes. His meeting with the lower dimension Old Man Tianji was also this random. It seems you came here purposely to meet me, but can I ask how you found me? Wang Wei was curious as even the parasites, who were paragons and had plenty of manpower, failed to find him, but this old man did. I've observed everyone who comes and leaves this place, Old Man Tianji said. I can say with confidence, whoever it is, I can see some information about their fate, no matter how little. However, you are the only exception, so I deduce who you were. What if I was only a man really good at anti-divination? I thought of this possibility, Old Man Tianji replied. That's why I called your status as a test, and based on your reaction I figured I hit the jackpot. I have to say, well played, old man, Wang Wei admitted. Thank you. I have a feeling that coming from you, those words mean a great deal. They do, Wang Wei acknowledged. So, why did you want to contact me? For now, I only wanted to ensure you were present at the celebration. And why is that? I can't say anything more, but you only need to know your presence, know your destiny, is essential to whatever is going to happen, Old Man Tianji. Wang Wei sighed. I don't appreciate how you know something but keep talking in riddles. I am not blessed like you, Old Man Tianji responded, his tone not hiding his envy. Even at my current cultivation level, there are plenty of secrets of fate that I cannot reveal, or I will suffer tremendous backlash. He was very talented and achieved the realm of everlasting, but even then he was permanently blind because of peeping too much into fate when he was a mortal. Then, don't say anything, I'll just look it up myself, Wang Wei said as he directly looked at Old Man Tianji's fate line. It's useless, the old man said calmly. What's this? Wang Wei immediately saw something interesting. You have more than one fate line? No, that's not it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1258 Unexpected First Meeting. Your fate line is intertwined with so many others, Wang Wei commented. Old Man Tianji's fate line was similar to the future he had just seen. It was fascinating. Is this a method to protect yourself from divination backlash? I have to say, it's quite an ingenious one. I can probably learn a thing or two from it, Wang Wei continued. But who are those other fate lines? Are they from different people with the name Old Man Tianji? He frowned as he observed clearly. No, these are people you've helped, and in return, you borrow their fate to hide yours. More importantly, you can borrow the luck of these people to help your cultivation. Your school has an interesting way of cultivating fate or destiny, Wang Wei said. However, if you have such a protective method, why did you go blind? What did you see that permanently closed your eyes? That is not something for you to know, Old Man Tianji replied calmly, making Wang Wei shake his head. It would be a pain to get any information from this man as he tried to decipher all these fate lines, and he knew this man would not just stand there and let him. Wang Wei sighed. This is my second time meeting one of you people. Can you at least tell me a bit about your sect? Well, the thing is, if you say any nonsense riddle and do not answer my question, I'll directly ignore the rules and attack you. Old Man Tianji almost choked on his words. He looked at this handsome man before him, and he could tell he would really attack him if he did not say a word. He sighed, thinking answering a few questions should be fine. We are called the Stargazing Pavilion. We pursue the mysteries of fate and the secrets of heaven and earth. You guys are not native to this world, are you? No, Old Man Tianji replied truthfully. We've spread to many chaos worlds. So, you're a large faction? We don't have any direct connection, but I'm sure we've interacted somehow, Old Man Tianji replied. However, such knowledge is above my level. Is that so? Wang Wei muttered. Yes and no. Old Man Tianji's body trembled when he saw the killing intent in Wang Wei's eyes, so he swiftly answered. We have many outer members, but only the one who meets the requirements can inherit the name Old Man Tianji and officially become an inner member. This system reminded me of the Desire Heart Palace. Are they connected somehow? Wang Wei asked this question. We don't have any direct connection, but I'm sure we've interacted somehow, Old Man Tianji replied. However, such knowledge is above my level. Is that so? Wang Wei muttered. For such a large faction, why have I only met two of you? Our requirements are strict, and in this era, only I was born in the Eternal Ascension world. Well, if you don't count the little junior in the lower dimension, Old Man Tianji replied. However, there is a high chance you've met our outer members. Wang Wei suddenly felt a little paranoid. Could it be that most divination/secret base factions he's met or learned about are related to the Stargazing Pavilion in some way or form? He quickly removed that thought from his mind. That would be terrible. So, why the name? He asked. This question was the one he most wanted to know. Old Man Tianji hesitated momentarily before replying. It was how our founder wanted things to be. You understand that this is fishy, right? Wang Wei asked. Names have power, and for so many influential people to share the same one. He shook his head. Just like your practice involves borrowing the fate of others, it's apparent that your founder is using all of you by lending you his name. I'm sure you figured as much. Old Man Tianji was momentarily quiet. We all have our destiny. Have you accepted your fate? Wang Wei nodded. Well, at least I know how you lost your sight. Your founder must be something else for your vision loss to remain permanent even after becoming an Empyrean. I reckon nothing will change even if you become a Paragon. This meeting has officially gone for too long, Old Man Tianji declared as he looked directly at Wang Wei with his somewhat intimidating eyes. Meeting you might be a positive twist in my destiny or my greatest misfortune. The old man then disappeared. Already gone? It seems I hit a nerve, Wang Wei. It's a shame. I wanted to ask him if his sect was connected to the all-seeing temple in any way. He shook his head before his mind focused on something more substantial. The founder of the Stargazing Pavilion is definitely a half-step transcendent, and he's likely the kind that achieved it before the ultimate taboo. If he had participated in that event, he might have found a way to walk further down the transcendent path. Wang Wei looked at the sky. Foreigners are invading this place. But is it merely because the eternal ascension world is weakened, and they want revenge? That is possible, especially if someone detected the Maitreya and Supreme Unity battle. However, from the information I know, these parasites left for the frontier before Maitreya decided to initiate the fight, meaning these people became interested in the eternal ascension world before learning of the internal conflict between our transcendents. Something must have riled them up. Wang Wei did not have to think long to make the connection. The eternal ascension world is the same as the myriad emperor world, but on a much larger scale. As the destiny center, or very close to it, of the entire chaos universe, it is the place to most likely start a significant event that affects everyone. From Wu Hong's note and the information the sect provided, they mentioned the all-seeing temple and how these people, despite their greedy practices, usually predict major events affecting the chaos universe, including Qiyuan's Second Origin War. Could they have predicted the Third Origin War? Could they have foreseen the havoc I will bring to the chaos universe? Wang Wei was not being narcissistic or self-absorbed with that last statement. Many signs have shown that he's done or is doing something that affects the entire world. Many of the events in his life have proven that his future self is in a war with Grand Dao. However, the most apparent confirmation of his suspicions was the hooded figure that killed him during Gu Xian's trial. It's evident that someone sent him from the future to prevent him from growing up and wreaking havoc on the universe. Wang Wei sighed. If whatever is happening in the frontier is the prelude to the upcoming chaos, then my meeting with this old man Tianji was not accidental, he thought. He's either a pawn sent by his sect's founder to contact the young version of my future self and plan something. Or, my future self sent him on my path to prepare to contact or deal with the stargazing pavilion. Wang Wei grunted softly as he flew away in a bad mood. Given how little control he had over the entire situation, he hated all these time shenanigans. He also needed to warn himself not to let the motion of his future achievement dull him into thinking he was invincible and destined to survive any trouble or difficult situation. With all these transcendent players involved in this ultimate game of chess, rewriting the past becomes a common thing. No, a necessity. Let's enjoy the hot springs as a way to de-stress, Wang Wei thought. The ubiquitous hot spring world was divided into 6 areas related to the elements: flame, water, gold, wood, earth, and the central area. Each location had a large hot spring containing the power of the 5 elements, and after bathing in all 5, people would head into the center for a combination. Each area provided immense benefit to all cultivators under Tier 10, and after completing the 5 sets at the center, even great emperors will receive a cultivation acceleration blessing. However, this thing's effect on Empyreans and above was minimal. There are hidden dimensions with hot springs that are even beneficial to Paragons, but those are rare. This place is full of destiny, so it should be relatively easier to find one that benefits my cultivation, Wang Wei thought as he searched the surroundings. In the process, he encountered 2 acquaintances, Su Shi and Lin Fan. They had just found a hidden dimension and were about to enter. Wang Wei did not want to meet them now, so he sent a greeting and set a meeting for a later date before the celebration. He continued his search, and his Qi Luck Dragon trembled in one of the dimensions. Wang Wei did not hesitate and entered. A strong mist covered the spring, but Wang Wei did not care about that. He placed his hand on the water, nourishing the body and accelerating the body-will fusion. Excellent. His clothes disappeared, and he entered, exhaling deeply as the sensation was pleasurable. You seem distraught instead of being excited. Who? Wang Wei yelled as he stood up for any trouble. He was shocked that he never noticed someone so close to him. The mist dispersed, revealing a beautiful woman with gray hair on the opposite side. Hong'e. Wang Wei said instinctively. This is our first meeting, so don't you think calling me so intimately inappropriate? Wu Hong calmly stated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1259 First Conversation. Wang Wei looked at her, the woman he had spent the past few billion years and more thinking about it. The one that forced him to dream just so he could remember her touch. She was as beautiful as he remembered, maybe even more so since this one differed from the one he married. This Wu Hong was colder and lonelier, and she did not hide her power or commanding presence. It was apparent to him that this one had a wall surrounding her regarding their relationship. However, a smile crept in the corner of his mouth after seeing her hair color. "Sorry about that, it was just instinct," Wang Wei finally said before sitting down again in the water. "I understand your situation is weird, but be mindful that I am not her," Wu Hong calmly stated. "So, she did leave you her memory?" "She did, but I sealed most of them," Wu Hong nodded. "Why?" "She's biased, and I don't know how she came to be." Wang Wei nodded. When it came to the time shenanigans that his future self was involved in, his response was usually to begrudgingly go along with it, putting some level of trust in himself and his future. However, it seems that Wu Hong's approach is to be on guard and show no trust whatsoever, which is a fair response. The dimension suddenly became awkwardly quiet, with the sound of water the only thing echoing in the surroundings. "Why are you suddenly so quiet?" "From the memories I kept, you're a very chatty person, especially when you're around her," Wu Hong said. Wang Wei sighed. "You must give me some grace, as the situation is quite disheartening. I've lived 2 lives, and it seems my love life might be ill-fated." "How so?" "In my first life, my family constantly pressured me to start a family. They even wanted to force me into a political marriage. I died young and without anyone to call a partner. Then, in my second life, I finally found a woman that made my heart beat, a woman I want to spend eternity with, but what happened? Well, it turned out she's a clone of a powerful cultivator, and not only is she a clone, but the clone of the future self of that cultivator, a clone that she has no memories or knowledge of making. So, the situation turns into the fact that I may lose the love of my life if I don't play my cards correctly. If it isn't ill-fated, I don't know what it is." Stating it out loud does put everything into a strange perspective, Wu Hong nodded. She knew the situation was messed up, but it truly dawned on her until he explained it in these words. "I want to ask you something," Wang Wei continued. "Do I have a chance?" Wu Hong played with her hair. "I think I've already given you the answer to this question. But it's different if I hear it directly from you. You should understand that most women do not communicate directly." "But you're not any woman, are you?" Wang Wei rebutted. "Fair point," Wu Hong nodded. "The answer is yes, but I want you to understand something clearly. Fate has no bearing on whether we end up together. No one is entitled to me, not even Grand Dao." "That's understandable. I promise to leave you alone if you ask me to." "Giving up so easily?" she smirked. Wang Wei's heart skipped a beat. She was indeed different, but once in a while he could detect a sliver of his Wu Hong. "I believe that's called respective boundaries," he replied with a more confident smile. Wu Hong calmly raised her right leg to wash it. "I have lived a long life, well, at least compared to you. In my long cultivation journey, things have become dull, a fog of continuous gray. But I must admit that the memories of my supposedly other self brought some shade of colors to my life." She looked him in the eyes. "Can you be the one to accompany me throughout this journey, or will my life continue as it were before?" "I'm fine with either outcome." Wang Wei nodded as he now understood her mindset. The cultivation path is long and arduous, so people have Dao companions to accompany them. However, someone like Wu Hong, who has already traveled so far, is all right with finding someone to accompany her from now on or continue doing what she's been doing. However, that someone cannot be just anyone else. "In that case, let's start from the basics," Wang Wei said, deciding to take a regular approach to a truly complex situation. "Hi, my name is Wang Wei. It's nice to meet you." Wu Hong looked at him strangely before a soft smile appeared in the corner of her mouth. "Wu Hong, and the pleasure is also mine." "Favorite color?" "Red and white." Wang Wei nodded. His Wu Hong's favorite colors were black and red, but it's normal for people's colors to change over time, especially with cultivators' long lifespans. Mine is purple and gray, he added. I'm 195 meters tall. The same. My favorite tea is Longjue tea. Yours? Snow Trail tea. This answer was also different as this tea was her third favorite, Wang Wei thought. Favorite food? That would be dragon heart, phoenix liver, with a side of dream rice, Wu Hong answered. And it cannot just be any dragons. It's the water dragon from the dragon blessing world. The phoenix also has to be prepared with 5 elements materials. Otherwise, its flame Dao will reduce the taste by a lot. A food connoisseur, heh? Wang Wei stated. His Wu Hong was into food, but she never showed him it was to this extent. However, she always said he had never tasted genuinely delicious food. What made the dragon from that world so delicious? They are the protagonist of their world, so that blessing adds to their taste, Wu Hong explained. Additionally, the water dragons in that world receive a lot of worship due to their control of rivers, oceans, and rains. The incense further elevated the taste. And as you know, water is the soft element, which makes the dragon's meat incredibly tender, Wu Hong explained. One time, I hunted 3 simultaneously and transferred all the taste into a single dish. It was truly sublime. Oh, how I wish I could taste it again. You can look forward to it once you return to your full strength. Wu Hong sighed. It's not that simple. I'm pretty sure one of those damn dragons acquired a transcendent method. Given how much I hunted them down back then, I must be on some kind of list in that world. That's a shame, but one day, we'll also reach that level and we can hunt those dragons together, Wang Wei said, and Wu Hong noticed the "we" he secretly put in that sentence but did not mention it. What about the phoenix liver and dream rice? The liver corresponds to wood in the 5 elements, so after cooking, it basically turns into a vegetable dish, Wu Hong explained. As for the dream rice, that's something I got from another Paragon who also loves food. He made everyone in his Grand Mist will dream about good food and turn that energy into nourishment to cultivate a rice field. I added my specialty to the 6 emotions 7 desire spices, and it elevates the rice to another level. Wouldn't the negative emotions ruin the taste? I can separate them, but even with them, it doesn't, Wu Hong explained. Using them gives the sensation when you're eating something so good, but you know it's terrible for your body. That sounds heavenly. Wang Wei almost drooled thinking about it. It is, Wu Hong nodded. But enough about me. What's your favorite food? I was going to say braised beef, specifically, the one you made for me by infusing the essence of 12 Tier 9 demon bulls into it, but I feel a sense of inferiority after what you just said. As you should, Wu Hong said. That is a pathetic choice. And who is to blame? He stared at her. Yourself, of course, she replied. You could have hunted a few demon Empyreans and learned to make excellent meals with those materials. From what I remember, you had many unique ideas on the culinary arts. So, it's your fault for not pursuing this path and relying on me, I mean her, to dictate your standard of food. Is this a challenge? Wang Wei asked. I'm just stating the truth. It's not my fault if that hurts you. Okay, you've done it. You've successfully struck my pride, Wang Wei sneered. I want you to remember this day. One day, it'll make a meal way better than your favorite or most outstanding culinary achievements. I hope when that day comes, your pride won't get in the way of admitting it is better. No need to worry about that, Wu Hong chuckled, her smile brightening the room. Since that day will never come. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.